sit back and relax and lend Alchemy RPG your ear for a moment. Prepare yourselves for an experience like no other. Now in full Technicolor.
You wanted me to stay, but I can't ignore the crazy visions of me in LA. And I heard that there's a special place where boys and girls can all be queens every single day. I'm having wicked dreams of leaving Tennessee. Here's Santa Monica, I swear it's calling me. Won't make my mama proud, it's gonna cause a scene. She sees her baby girl, I know she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You're a big bony girl, and you dance at the club, oh mama. I'm just having fun, on the stage in my heels, it's where I belong, down at the Big Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Big Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing what's on my mind. And mama, every Saturday I can hear your southern drawl 1,000 miles away saying, God, what have you done? You're a big body girl and you dance at the club. Oh my, I'm just having fun. It's where I've been.
Hey everybody, it is time to kick the show off. I hope you're all ready. We're going to be doing a deep dive into TOV's Game Mastery Guide. We got a little bit of advanced copy, so the street date is up. I'm allowed to show it off. I'm a little excited about it. I haven't seen a good Game Mastery Guide in a long time. So let's get the show ready to go. Oh, I see ponies in the chat. This cover is so good. Hey everybody, I hope you're doing well today. It is a daytime show where the light is pouring in, everything looks askew. That's what happens when I have to film during the day. So I hope you guys are all doing well. We're going to be diving into a lot of stuff today, going over not only Game Mastery Guide, but Game Mastery in general. I have been a GM for over 30 years. I competed for 13 years, and now I do paid GMing and run my own living communities for stuff over the years. And I really believe that most books don't teach you how to actually do it. I just don't think they give you a good rundown. And I have not really looked at this. I know it's over 400 pages. There is a ton in this book. I don't know how much we're gonna get out of it, like what is involved, if we're gonna get the Doom to get brought back. In my time at Cobalt Press, Doom worked totally differently, and I liked that version more than this new kind of dull version of Doom. It doesn't do much anymore, and I thought it was cool to be able to give GMs a mechanic to let them do more than normal, to let them have a little bit more control over their combats, control over saves that they think would be a better story feature, recharging monster abilities, things like that. So I'm hoping in the Game Master's Guide we get another one. We get like some other version of that. Like I want to see more. You know what I mean? I want to see it in function again. But we never know how it's going to go. So let's get our research together. Like always, we're going to be streaming this, and then we're going to be going into me recording a section for it. I do need to quickly make sure that we have our web stuff ready. How's everybody else been? You guys all been good? I haven't seen you for, I guess it's only been a week, really. I did do one the other week. Everyone been good. Everyone been having fun. It's the end of their summer. It's October, baby. Like, I have a whole bunch of stuff to set up in this room for October. A lot to set up. Hope everyone's had fun. I start my movie marathon last month because I knew he'd be busy the last couple days. So I've been going through horror movies. I saw that, what's the name of Nerdist, I think is who it was. They put out a list of movies to watch throughout October, which I thought was kind of cool. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Where's that from? That was cool as shit. I have it on random right now just to see if I see new ones that I like. But let's jump over to the table. Let's see if this is even pre-orderable yet, because I don't know what exactly is going on. So this is what we're going to be looking at. I don't see a pre-order. I see Castles and Crowns. Oh, here it is. Oh, it's for sale. Oh, you can actually get it now. Okay, that's cool. It's not even a pre-order. This is actually a full-on. You can get the PDF right now. Boy. That's a... I have some notes that we're going to be doing here. I'm going over here. I'm putting it here immediately, right? Let's do this. Let's get the what would I want to put for this? We're just gonna do Game Master's Guide, KP. We're going to do have you. Oh, we're just going to do a checklist of things. Number one, the price is 30. What is it? 34 something for PDF. $34.99 for PDF. I have a lot of problems with this. This is outrageously high, and there better be a really good reason for it. I mean, print is where your stuff's going to be, but I don't like this already. So we'll see how this goes. So right now you're able to order this. It is a 2-pound book. It's hefty. It's a hefty book. They have the hardcore and PDF together for $69.99. That's $70. The traditional one, just by itself without the PDF, is $59.99. I mean, how much some of these other books cost to come out with it? Hold on here. Like the Paizo core stuff didn't cost as much. You're making a choice. It's a lot. That's a line in the sand. It really, really is. This underlighting on my face is killing me right now. I look like I'm puffy and dying. Let's close this shade. There we go. No underlighting, everybody. No underlighting. When's the last time you guys paid this much for PDF? Like, can you remember the last time you paid this much for PDF? I don't think Shadow Dark's that much. The fucking core book for Dragonbane isn't that much. That's a lot of money. Good old allergies today. Yeah, I don't... That's the first part. What are they saying we get here? This is before we open it up. Ultimate Game Master's Toolbox. Great storyteller. Great stories. Game Master's Tales, the Valiant role-playing game, is everything a Game Master needs to build deep narratives, exciting combats, and compelling adventures. Those are some strong statements. It's hard to deliver that, so maybe they can. And they have a great team. Learn what your players enjoy, customize your game to their play style. If they actually teach this, that'd be very impressive. Start world building with plenty of tables, checklists, creative prompts to craft unique, fresh setting. So they're also teaching you how to make a setting. Raise your exploration, social, and combat encounters up a notch with advanced tools, techniques for maximizing their potential. Homebrew, origin, monsters, character options, and more. Okay, so this sounds good. I mean... yeah. I'd like to know why they took a star off. So you got a few reviews already, right? A few reviews. I hate these stupid things. I have the metal blinds, so when the wind blows underneath, you can hear them rattle. Fucking drives me nuts. All right, so there's really not a lot here to me. They're claiming a lot. This I question. I question this amount. That's going to be the first thing I kind of am taking note of. But let's take a look at it. Let's get our PDF up. This is the cover for the Game Mastery Guide. I'm actually going to move it over here. I don't need to see myself. It's a pretty cover. That dragon is the same dragon that if you are in... So here, check this out. A lot of people don't know this. That dragon here is the same dragon that's attacking in the Tales of the Valiant cover. So they're inside the cave, and in the monster book, there's a red dragon. Oh, it's not the same. Oh, they changed it. This dragon silhouette you see right here, that's this. I thought they were going to keep it. They didn't? Wow. Okay. They changed it. I'm surprised. So, we have a 307-page PDF. This is that druid that's the druid from 5e. Remember that, everybody. That's the druid from the 5e movie, from the D&D movie. It really isn't supposed to be, but it sure fucking looks like it. I am gonna 100% this so we can see it a little bit more. Yeah, cooking up some wizards. That is right. Cooking up some wizards indeed. And yeah, Tiff, I've never paid that much for PDF. That seems really high to me. So we got some people in this I really like. I like looking at who helped make these. I know a lot of designers. It makes me happy. Bashir is there. Tim, I know very well. Good friend of mine. Sarah Madsen's super talented. I know Megan. She works there. I don't know who Kelly is. That's new to me. Sebastian, great guy. I need to have him on the show. Mike Shea does good work. Brian Suskind is now full-time with Cobalt Press. He just picked up a position there, which makes me really happy. Really nice guy, hyper talented. I got to spend all of the Ennies with him, not this year, but the year before. Really cool dude. Him and Sarah, they were at our table. I know Scott really well. Scott's the lead editor. Megan and Jeff Quick. Jeff, Thomas Reed, he's one of the main proofreaders for this. All right. One cartographer. Mark and Kennedy did the graphic design. And then we got our these are the people in it. These are all the people. Chief Operations, Director, Art Department, Editorial, Marketing, Marketing Department. These are the Zach and Kendrick. He's the gentleman who took over for me after I left. Cool. Celeste, obviously, the head person. She designed almost all of TOV. So let's look through. Ooh, the variant covers. I kind of like that variant cover with the hand holding it. But really, I want to look at the contents here. And there's one thing we got to check. One thing we got to check. This is $34.99, and there's not hyperlinks in this book. If they piezoed me, I'd be very upset. Don't piezo me. Piezo, I'm looking to you. You guys are hyperlinking. Do we have hyperlinks? So, introduction. We do. All right. That's what we're talking about. So we got using the book, How to Be a GM, a lexicon, plays and play styles. Okay. Prepping a session. So this section for How to Be a GM is 8 pages. Hyperlink drink, indeed. That's 8 pages. Adventures and campaigns, so 22 to 26. Chapter 3 is world building. We got what here? Almost 20 pages worth, a little shy. Advanced combat, mapping the battlefield, special combat scenarios. Oh, they did aerial, large-scale, multi-phase siege, underwater vehicle. All right. I'm going to grab an allergy pill here before I die. I don't want to die today. It started to go away, and then I took the dog out before the show, and it kicked it back into high gear. We'll be all right. So some good variant rules for combat, some special monster scenarios, how to handle brawls, how to have mobs. That's cool. I think those are super important. Minions and hordes. That's the old 4th E concept where minions are going to be like one-hit wonders. I'm curious to see how they did this. Variant rules, they brought back Blooded. It's weird how many good rules were in 4th edition, but 4th edition as an encapsulated whole was not what anybody wanted. But the idea of Bloodied when you're at half health is a description. Called shots. Expanded Doom. It's not even a page. Well, that means it's highlighting time, everybody. Expanded Doom not even being a page hurts me. Hitting cover. Advanced exploration. Okay, I liked. Oh, I skipped this. Injuries, morale, parry, defense. I'm assuming a lot of these are from the Book of Blades. That's their series on like extra things. Advanced exploration, unusual environments, planar. I like that they're teaching this. You really got to do something with a GM's guide or it just falls flat. Like, the Game Mastery Guide 2 for 5e was okay. Pathfinder 2's GM guide is decent. I think that Knave and Shadowdark does the best job of teaching you how to run a Shadowdark game, because they have a really hard hurdle here. You're playing its own system, bringing people from 5e to play it with 5e knowledge, with 5e similar rules here. But the thing that is really different in my eyes is you have such a vast amount of campaign styles that are being ran with a game like this that you're teaching so many. And I think that's the hardest part. I think a video series on how to do each one of those categories would be awesome. If they brought like a GM on and Kendrick was to interview them or something. Puzzles. What do we got here? Unusual environments, dungeons, puzzles. I think puzzles the hard thing to run in the game. I think that no matter how simple the puzzle is, if you don't have multiple solutions or let any solution that makes sense fly, you are taking fun away from your players. You're not in even a good escape room has multiple solutions, I believe. Advanced social, NPCs, generating NPCs, role-playing, NPC roles, factions, additional rules, attitude, and status, okay? Adventuring options, curses, diseases, hazards, and traps. If they do a good trap section, that would be really cool. But, like, hazards and traps, like, look how many extra pages they gave that over their custom mechanic of Doom getting 1 page. I don't like that. Downtime expanded, crafting magic items, potion brewing, scroll making. So this is from 53 to 55. If they can really summarize that in that small of a section, I'll be really shocked. Dread. Hold on a minute. We're clipping with this. Is this my rule? When PCs witness terrors beyond the mortal comprehension, accruing dread. Okay. This is cool. This is actually really cool. Okay. I do like that. So that was Dread. What else we got? Firearms, magical items expanded by 4 pages. Potions, 5, 6 pages. Okay. Different experience area. Like, how is this getting this huge tree of things, but it's only like 3 pages of stuff? Siege weapons, expanded on that. I like that. Vehicles expanded. I like that. Chase rules, initiative variants. I think this is smart. Monster Harvesting. It looks like they took every new book that's come out for 5e and things like that. That's kind of weird. Rough guess what? Is 0.10 a page? Is that so bad? 0.10 cents a page? I mean, I think that pricing for PDFs is out of control. It's already in a laid out format with hyperlinking. It's coming out anyway. You're just trying to make an easy buck. I don't think that the PDF should be priced that high. I actually think your core books, so like what Paizo does right now is your core books are priced a little lower for PDFs and for purchase, actually, because they're doing larger volumes. And then all their other books that come out are a little higher in price. But to get people in, their core books and core PDFs are more manageable. Unless your PDF is doing something hella special, I just don't see the point of it being the price of a book. I don't understand. I wouldn't spend that. I just wouldn't. And for a book that one person uses and doesn't use all of it, it's too much. My brain is going to keep going back to the cost of this. It really is. Anyway, vehicle variant rules. Homebrew Toolbox, rule designs, best practices, creating character options. I like this. How to create each one of like the main things for your character: lineage, heritage, backgrounds, talents, subclasses. That's really nice to have. I hope there's some guides in this as we scroll through. Because if they just give you words on how to do it, but they don't give you guidelines on how to do it, in a game that is more complex, like a 5e adjacent system, like Tales of the Valiant, players and GMs will not know where to start, especially newer players and GMs. You really got to give them a good springboard to jump with. And since you're adopting people into a new system, I think you have to double down on that, bringing new people on board, because your audience is either stealing from 5e people who are upset or just want something new. Maybe 2024 came out and they weren't happy with it. Or you're trying to bring in new people from maybe indie games or that have never played before. You really this needs to explain how it works. Like if I click to this and there isn't guidelines and tables for like how much pluses you should be able to give out, how much extra stuff you should be able to give out, that it's not going to do you much good. Yeah. I mean, there's some guidelines. Also, way word salad. This is a big word salad. There's nothing that you're just fucking reading for days. And I know that's probably me a little bit. Like, I'm tired of the word salad books. I really enjoy a little less wordy and visually inspired book lately. I just don't want to read all of them. I've been doing that for years. Like, there's just a point to where I have learned that a visual language can bring more across than talking the whole time on the page. But we'll know more until we really read it. I'm not going to read this whole book, obviously. Creating stat blocks, creature design best practices. That's big. I love that idea. Conceptually love it. Step-by-step character creation. So like this here, that should have also been down here for this entire section. That's my belief. There should have been a step-by-step. Like if we click this, look at this. It's an actual like step 1, step 2, step 3. Like I would have liked a few more pages dedicated to making all the things that make classes and characters. I think that would have been nice. Classes, backgrounds, all that shit. Special rules, creature type features, random tables. These are going to be encounter tables. This is smart. I'm curious to see if it pulls in like all of the Tome of Beast stuff. Like these. Like this is the Tome of Beast 1 Pocket Edition. Like I hope it pulls in all of these because these are some of my favorite monster books. There's just so much in them. I really enjoy the pocket size for travel. More than the regular size. I don't know if I even own many of the regular sizes anymore. I think they're just pocket editions because I can stack them and pull them when I need them. But they are really nice. And then we got random campaign dressing, instant town. Awesome. They've done a lot of really good town creation stuff, so that's cool to see. Trinkets and treasures within the castle, environmental encounters, and then fantasy inspiration, books, films, television. This is a nice little section. It's definitely the art that we've seen in a lot of Tales of the Valiant, right? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. So we know how to use it. What I want to look for going through this, so we should probably specify the goal. I can't review a 307-page book by reading it aloud because that's boring for everybody. I am going to scan through for things that pop out to me. My belief is, as someone who's been GMing for a long time, if I see things that are, one, either inspire me and give me ideas, that's a really good piece. You're taking care of your old grognard GMs that are there. I'm also going to be looking for how they're hand-holding and teaching new GMs. And then everything in between is the options that this book is granting. The original book is so big, I don't think that there is a reason that we should have to have a lot of rules hidden here. Almost everything in here should be a bonus feature, right? It should be a 307-page how to be a GM and bonus feature of stuff. I truly believe that. because everybody is here to get the GM side of things. We're not here to find a bunch of extra stuff for players. That's my belief. So let's see what we get. Highlighter's up. I'm going to do this really quick because I want to change the color because this book is blue. And I don't want to be blue for this. I think we're going to do green. Pink. But the pink looks good. We'll do the pink this time. I usually do orange. I just don't know how the orange would look with this. I don't mind. Orange looks great. All right, we're going to do orange. So, let's talk about the breakdown. They're telling you how to be a GM. They are giving you adventure and campaign ideas, world building, advance. They're walking you through the journey of this book in a chapter with some appendixes. Smart. Love it. They talk about the roles of a game master. I've seen some of this in advance. I think it's really important to have that page that teaches you how to be a GM. I really love the 2-page module spread for stuff. When over 2 pages, it's a collective thought as you're reading a book. I'm not going to look at this in 2-page spread, but I'm going to keep that in mind. So technically speaking, this page and this page are the 2-page spread. And they're teaching you a bunch of stuff. There's no real flow over. Again, though, I think like this flowing to this it's okay. I think you could have been more concise with it. But that's nitty-gritty layout stuff. But I do love that they're telling you that you're a creator, that you are a director. Blows into the next page. You're an event planner. This part is so true, and I don't think most players or GMs understand. This is really your job. It is so hard to get a group of players together and to keep it going. You need to have, like, the most organized thing I feel a GM needs to be is organized here. Plan in advance, put your days up, what you're going to be doing, and so on. Because if you don't, you're just going to run into some fucking problems. Like, I really do believe that. And you are a rules referee. And this line here, you don't need to know all the rules at the beginning, GM. That's true. I think that you can always ask your players, oh, what does that do? And I love doing it because I've found that players like to explain what their spells are, what they're using. They're proud of what they made. They enjoy their character. Let them live it up a little bit, right? Like, let them kind of double down in what's going on and tell the group what they're doing. So I agree with that. There are some tenets. This is kind of nice. I don't know why this font's so small when you have this much negative space. I would have liked to have seen this font a little bigger, personally. As if I bump it up to 150, it's a little more legible, but... And I'm past an arm's length, and I have good vision. But these are all true. Facilitate fun, be flexible, be their biggest fan. Cultivate listening, stay cool. I do agree with this. No matter how much I'm acting like I'm trying to kill players on the screen, I am all for them surviving and making it through. I like a challenge for them. I like to root for my monsters on screen, but private games, not so much. We're there to make a good story together. Being a stream GM is not the same as being a GM at home. I want to grind that in as hard as I can as we go through this. The GM lexicon. So they give you a good series of words, things that you should know. This is all great. I love this whole lexicon section. This is something I think a lot of GMs should just write these down so you know what they are as a new GM. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Players and play styles. So when I was doing competitive GMing all the time, I think the biggest thing I learned through my time in private security as a bodyguard is learning to read somebody. And when I got to the point to where I could relate that skill to GMing, it allowed me to be a way more competitive GM. And the reason being is you're able to answer for what the players want. And a lot of times that's just directly asking, oh, what type of game do you like? What do you guys play right now? And you just ask friendly questions and you sit there and you listen. You let them talk. You find out what they like. And if they come back with I don't know, then you can come back in and ask some more questions. So the fact that they're giving this whole players and play styles is a smart one. I think that this helps players find what they want. It helps the GM know so they can build games around it. Because you are building a game for you and the table. So, the actors Drew, although he is a little bit of that and rules. They like to explore. I love a good exploration player. I'm a big actor exploration style. I think Cyberpunk did a really good job of handing out experience based on, or IP, based on the type of player or type of role your character was taking, which I thought was pretty cool. That's cool that they did that. I'm a big fan of that. The Inventor, these are rare. I don't find a lot of Inventors. Like, I'm trying to think. I'm like looking through I have a list of players that I've ever ran. I only have maybe, I would say 3 to 5 that are a Inventor. They're not common. They're really not. Like the delighted in like innovating solutions. Like Kelly is really close to that problem-solving Inventor style. I think Kelly is one of the better ones I know. And then the Power Gamer. Look, D&D 3.0, 3.5, that invented this. Champions, that invented this. But there's nothing wrong with the Power Game. Actually, I don't hate them. They strive to beat challenges and like really want to be something special. Also, is this a little bit to Adventures in Babysitting? Anyone remember that movie, Adventures in Babysitting? I do. So it's cool that they have these kind of breakdowns for them. And then the Watcher. With Watchers, they value the social experience of gathering. I'm reading this because I would never, I guess it's a good name. Voyeur is the word I would use, but they're obviously going to use the word Watcher. They like to be there. They like to be a part of the session. They like to watch the session. They're often even thrilled just to be included. While these people are awesome, I do believe a Watcher a lot of times is the start of a new player because they don't know what to do. And you need to just find out, like, this can be part of them, but then you need to find out what else out of these that they are. Good that they did that. That's a really cool breakdown of what's going on. You spread it over another page again, though. And then wildcard. And they're giving you, by the way, do's and don'ts, if you didn't notice that, which I think is really cool that they're doing. And then how to get started. Clean GM section, finalizing characters, questions for your players. I like that some of the art is more akin to playing. I don't know whose house looks like that, though. Where are we playing that we get this? Whose house is this? Cobalt Press, is this one of your people's basements? I have a lot of questions. Also, are those nachos in the bowl? What are they? A dark-haired human in a cardigan sweater with jeans setting up a dining table with dungeon room with dice, map, miniatures, and book and snacks. I got questions. If you're going to this woman's house, you're not leaving. She's got green flames, homie. It is good art, though. It just makes me laugh. You're not making it. You're not making it. House rules are important. I think every table should have them. I'm on the fence on safety rules nowadays. Safety tools. I think they're really good for conventions. I think for at-home play, you should check in with your players in the beginning. I don't think you need a checklist with at-home players, unless you got some new people. I think your session 0 should kind of summarize that. But, I mean, I always go with the, hey, everybody, do you guys want to do G, PG-13, R, NC-17? A lot of times people just say R because they like that. And I go, is there anything that people are not comfortable with? I will tell them what I'm not doing. Like, there's going to be rape scenes in this. There's not going to be like animal cruelty outwardly, unless it's like a hunter, you know, someone handling something in a trap, something along those lines. My belief is this is a fantasy realm, and you have to be able to separate yourself from the fantasy a little bit. I will tell them there will be body horror, and there will be some grotesqueness, and there will be some overall like horror stuff, because that is my jam. And as a GM, I like to infuse that into some of the sessions. Not always, but there will be sessions with it, especially during the month of October. I'm a big fan of that kind of stuff. But I think you pick the safety tools you need for your table. Look through them, see what works. I still like John's X card, because if things aren't going right, you can put it down. You can use the fucking stoplight system if people need a break. Like, it's no different than people in other culture that use that for other things for safety. I just don't think that other than a conversation, you need too much for that. But you do need to have a conversation. I do believe that. First session ever. This is a great little box if you're ever running for the first time. Awesome. When they say 3 to 4 players, I would 100% say 3. I wouldn't do 4. And honestly, as a GM who's been GMing forever, I'm a big fan of 3 to 4 players, period. 3 to 4 really good players, and then maybe an opt-in guest star. You know, that person who vows to play, but they only show up for like 2 sessions. That person, that guest star, that's your 5th that shows up randomly. I wouldn't have them there all the time. You get more done as a 3 to 4. You have a more enjoyable thing. You just got to scale appropriately. And then planning is in here. Cool. When does it start? When does it end? This is a huge thing that a lot of people miss. You should always have a start time and how many sessions you're going to do. I think when you're just starting, telling people 2 sessions is fair, or 1 session is fair. And then at the end of that session, you do an opt-in. The other thing you should do before you ever leave a table is schedule your next session. There's a reason that hairdressers or salons or mechanics and that try to get you to schedule before you leave. It's to make you dedicate the time, because if you put a time in your calendar, you're probably going to be there. If we try to plan it afterwards, we're going to run into problems. New things are going to come up. So plan your next session. Like, hey, is it 2 weeks out, 1 week out? That's really good advice. And a lot of people don't know that. And a lot of people don't put an end to their games. If you say we're playing 6 sessions, that allows the person to opt in or out. And if it's going to have to extend past those 6 sessions, you say, hey, I would love to do another 2 sessions in this. The story is not quite complete. We did a lot of extra things. That's fine. Give people the opt out. But you should always put an end to your session. Like my seasons are 13 episodes. There's been a few where I've pushed them 1 or 2 more, and I've asked the cast if they're willing to do it. Just because I felt like the story wasn't at the conclusion time that I would like, or we delayed by doing something else for a really long time. Good notes, good news, good things they should do. Making notes, man, this is something that I think every GM book is missing. I think that they should show you how to take notes. Spend 10 pages. Legitimately spend 10 pages. Show the 2-page spread. Show a few different styles. Show people ways to take notes. Give reference to things like bullet journaling and things like that to help a GM be a better GM, a better note taker. Because the hardest thing to do while you're playing a game is take notes. That's the best part about streaming. I can go back and click through and find the areas that I need. I believe in aftermath note taking. I have an outline with plot points. I'll take some little notes and I'll highlight the path people went. I have boxes to X as I go through. I write notes to myself on an angle. At the end, I do a big summary aftermath because I find it's easier for me to do that while it's fresh in my brain. Everyone's leaving the table than it is for me to try to take notes the whole time and not be aware. Could you imagine if I was running a stream and try to take notes the whole time? There's no fucking way it would turn out. So that's something I really do. And I'll be honest, I've not seen it in GM books, and I would like to see it. But I do break down like a scene timeline. I think timekeeping in tabletop is important. You should take place in the passing of time. It allows you to describe seasons, describe moments easier when you are taking care of time. I know a buddy of mine who has it's a clock with no battery in it, and he moves the hour hands on the clock on the table for himself for what time of the day they're in, which is kind of cool. NPCs, locations, clues, reference page numbers, important. I hate when character sheets don't have a spot to put a page number for where your fucking rule is from, and I sure as shit don't like it as a GM when I forget to give myself page numbers. You should always do page numbers. Character notes. Crafting encounters is next, like how to make them. I think this is important. I'm glad they're going over these. I think some of the knowledge in this is good. I feel like I'm going to read through this over the next month and see how I really feel about the GM's Guide. I've been thinking about writing my own system list, but just like how to take notes and do stuff. There is one. Hold on a minute. I'm going to grab it off the shelf. If I don't knock everything off. All right. So I got 2 books that I think really do a good job. One of them is an entire game system, but it reinvented the wheel. I think that Blades in the Dark, with its sheets that it comes with and its packages, this teaches you how to keep track of your game so well. I think this is one of my, I mean, you can see all the like bookmarks and stuff that's in it. And then the other one that is a really cool Game Master prep, this is from Phil, is the Never Unprepared. It's a very thin book. It's fantastic. I've used pieces of it. I don't use it all the time. Hell, there's even old men's health piece in here as a bookmark. But there's a really good thing in here on like how to prep your games. And I think these are two mega useful resources, because the Blades in the Dark one takes and adds mechanics to taking your notes, and then the other one teaches you really efficient ways to plan and prep your adventures. Very cool. Random count here. There's our girl. They have her name on here. I always forget it. Oh, they put her name. She's one of the Valiant. Random encounters, how to plan them, supplement supplies and tools. This is all basic stuff, but good. Nice to have. Battle grid. I think anyone can have a battle grid. You should have it. Character sheet should be. GM screens, hit or miss for me. I think paper miniatures are cool. There's have you all seen, speaking of minis, I'm really thinking about picking some of these up. Severed Books has been making wood tokens. Have you seen this stuff? Hold on here, everybody. We're going to pause a little bit of this dig through. Yeah, it's great action pose on her. Yeah. So Severed Books is awesome. They make really, really cool shit. And they are making, they're making the Mork Borg action figure, which I'm really excited for. I got that coming. But they make, boy, why is this so hard to look at? Well, let's go to their Instagram. I know it's on their Instagram. They started making these things here. These are wooden token monsters. They look like this. And it's so stupidly good. They're just great art on wooden cutout. They're like adult meeples. Look at this shit. I don't know, man. There's something about them in the color. Like, it's just fucking clean. I don't know what that monster is. But I've been thinking about picking these up to have them for tables. There's something about them. Or making my own and printing them and putting them on them. Like, look at how many they have. This is wild. So, I really enjoyed that. So, speaking of minis, paper minis and things like that, I have enjoyed using paper minis lately more than I have physical minis. And it comes down to time. You get full color, they look good, they're art from the book, and you can make your own really efficiently. And then what I like to use minis for is if it's a main boss, I like to get a mini for the main boss monster and paint that, because it adds this, I like mixed medium for art in general, but it adds this, like, that's the big bad, it's a painted mini, it's an important piece. And then you get away with just doing some paper ones instead, and you can print whatever you want. I have so many monster books, I'm not going to have fucking miniatures for all of them. If you have a 3D printer, a little different, but anyway. Virtual tools is very different. I do agree with that. Did they spread that over 2 pages? Huh. Oh, it's continuation from there. Gotcha. Why is there player advice? Oh, I do agree with this. Snap quick picture of your character sheet. I agree. That's smart. Play space. This is going to be the hardest thing to find. Virtual tabletops are the best. You guys all know I love virtual stuff. I've been doing virtual tabletops for a long time. I like physical as well, but I like virtual more currently. You have to prep a lot more for a physical game than you do a digital game. It's just how it is. This music is too slow for me today. Let's try this. Oh, it's just a single song. Is it any good? We'll try it. Battle grids. I don't think battle grids are a requirement. I'm actually a big fan of zone movement the last couple of years to make it quicker for Theater of Mind. But I will do battle grid if there's a lot of monsters. I do find the 5-foot grid is easier if you're doing like a mass combat thing, which I think is great. Character sheets, there's a lot of them that are out there. Find the one that best suits your group. Find the one that suits your setting. I think that's the best thing to do. I'm hit or miss on GM screens. I do appreciate that they're putting them in here. I think that it's smart. I know they have their own. I hope they also make the mat style that lays in the middle of the table with information around the edges, like Monty Cook Games did. Miniatures, running a session, snacks. That's right. I'm going to say this now. It is the player's job to bring snacks. Oh, me too, Tiff. Me 100%. Doing VR games via IRC and 99 Yahoo Video Chat. Yes, I've been doing it for ages. Ages. Friends with the college, that kind of thing. AOL Instant Chat Room, we used to do them in there. We're back in the danger days. But yeah, I 100% agree with you. 100%. TeamSpeak. But TeamSpeak, when I owned my video game company, we used to do tabletop nights in there. It's pretty cool. So the snacks job is the players. I don't care what anybody says. If I am taking the time to prep and do GM, and usually the GM is providing the space, not always, everyone should just pitch in a little bit of food. I love doing our grill days back in the day when we were doing it at the house. I really enjoyed that. Amir would remember that if Amir is here. I love it. We would someone would go buy like pre-made frozen burgers. I'd season them. Doesn't matter. Like they were just patties made. They go to like Costco. We get a bunch of stuff, and then I would grill. I do appreciate that. That was great. Running a session. Important skill, narration. Learn it. Figure it out. Watch your favorite movies. Less is more is a very strong statement, and I can't agree more. Collaborative storytelling. I believe that you should pass the buck to your... I shouldn't say pass the buck. Pass the camera to your players once in a while. I think when they get to help paint the scenes, you get a more vivid picture of what they want. This is the thing that every GM has to learn. It is difficult. It is time-consuming. Pacing is hard. Ask the players for help. Sure, like I don't know. A break is different. I don't need a break. I think the thing you do in the beginning is to keep your session short. If you're a new GM, do like 4 rooms of a dungeon. And then when the door gets kicked open, pause it there. Run it like a TV show. When that door gets open, describe the room. Stop. And then play that next week. Because you can prep the next couple of rooms. And keep it tight. Don't do these big sandboxy games. Use things like random generators and use tables and things like that to help you prepare for it. But you don't need to make this huge story arc when you just started. What's the verdict? We're in the GM learning section, like teaching GMs. I think they're doing a pretty good job of teaching GMs on how to do this. But I think that pacing's the hardest thing to teach. So these here, I'm going to highlight these because I'm probably going to save this highlighted. Ask for help. Declare that time passes. Do it. You watch it happen all the time. You watch Star Wars and they fade to black and come back and they set something to tell you that it's a different season. Like, so for example, if you want to change seasons in the game, one of my favorite things to do as a storyteller is in whatever scene we were just in, if it was snowing, for example, don't do what Witcher did. Witcher jumped all over and gave us no indicators of time. We were in a fictional world, and somehow they thought the armor was going to help people. No, it doesn't. You got to put something. Tree growth, hair growth, something. So I usually do like the changing of seasons is great. Night to day, where you describe the scene if it's nighttime now and you're cutting to nighttime. And then if the players want to ask what time, my thing is does it matter? It's nighttime. Do you have a clock? No? Well, then it's nighttime. You don't know. You look at the moon, it's above you. Like that kind of thing. If someone has a clock, then give them the time. Make a roll. Great way to randomize things so your brain doesn't fall into the same package all the time. Randomize your rolls. Present solutions. If they get stuck, I like to give some options of things that they can do through either an NPC. It's great to have an NPC in the party to jimmy the cricket when they get lost. But also just say, start spouting out ideas. Let's see what works. Like, you want to teach them to be creative thinkers as a GM, and same for yourself. They're going to come up with solutions that you didn't. If they have a solution and it just is fun, instead of being analytical and fucking staying on that point, it has to be this thing. No, if it's creative, let them fucking have it. Not all people think the same. So I'm glad they're teaching that. Maintain player agency. Yeah, overall, I believe in agency of the players until it's something like a failed save. When there is a rule because of a hard pass fail and they fail that roll, don't and you gave them the risks outright. I do believe in telling them their risks or that it is risky. Don't take the agency away from them, but you can definitely let them know the decisions they're making are deadly and then kill them. Don't be afraid to let a player die. I believe that wholeheartedly. It will make them better thought-provoking players, but they won't run in to that same door with an army of orcs on the other side swinging their axe. That's how you fix that. But you tell them, you're going to die if you go in this room swinging away. Give them that, give them the behind-the-screens, thoughts. Rule of cool. I believe in almost every game the rule of cool is a great thing to use. There are exceptions to this. If you're running a grim, dark game, rule of cool is a different level than if you're running a high fantasy game. Pretty cool, though. And then how to wrap up a session. This is important. What was that, Tiff? NPC in support was Sergeant Jesus coming from a Twilight 2000 games. You got to have one sometime. The players aren't you, and you can only tell so much of the tale at once. So you really need someone to help things out and push it along. Wrapping up is important. Handing out rewards. If you can, get as many of these prepped in advance as you can, which is what we're talking about. Schedule your next session. Schedule before you leave. See, they even said it. Good job, Cobalt Press. You told them to schedule it before you leave the table. Smart. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot. And then maintaining your game. Adapt and grow. Dealing with player conflict. This is going to happen. Every group goes through it. I'm going to say the same thing I've said forever. Tabletop RPGs is not monogamous like your marriage. You can have other groups. I'm just saying you can have more than one. Sometimes you just have certain players for certain games. Some people want to play Star Wars while other ones don't. Don't fuck around and find out. Just tell them. Be honest. Say, hey, we're playing Star Wars. Or I'll call you when we're doing our next one in a couple months. And then do that. Call them back. I'm just giving you a heads up on it. That's my wholehearted belief on that. You can kick them out. But if they're not bad players, some players just don't want to play certain games. Let them go. There's no reason not to let them go. I let them go all the time. I really do. House rules. House rules should be to minimize player conflict. Yes, I agree with that. Sometimes you all just don't like a rule in the game. That's fine, man. Somebody else designed it. I'm glad they're teaching this, though. This is a really comprehensive, to be honest. It's a pretty comprehensive how to GM. So far. Player check-ins. Smart. Scheduling. Set the date. This part here is the hardest. You are more of an event planner than you are anything else. I do agree with that statement. You are an event planner. Session length. The thing I tell people is I usually like to say we're doing four hours, and then I like to try to end it at like 3:45, or we're gonna do 5 hours with a half-hour break or something. If you're one of those people who get together like twice a month, go get lunch together. Like, play up to a point, go get lunch, come back, and continue the game. You need to have a way to get your game started right again, but I will say that break sometimes is great. Or go get lunch before you start gaming, which is also, that's my preferred method. And then pick your session length. Be good for you and for them. How often you're going to have it. This is hard right here. This is the big one people choke on, missing players. What do they have to say about this? If you have a majority, play on. I agree. Run a session, but use non-standard formatting. Oh, I don't know what that means. If you don't have player majority or can't easily change the story to compensate for the missing player, this is the next best option, running a game with non-standard format. Sure, the other thing you can do too is do a flashback. Do a flashback scene. Everybody has these elaborate stories, right? And these elaborate pieces. Grab some NPCs, let other people play the NPCs, and play out some of the background for their characters, like to develop more of a background. I'm telling you what, if you have a background session in your pocket and someone's missing, and that person missed that background session, they're going to want to know everything about those characters now, but their character wasn't there. So that's a really good way to fulfill missing players. I love the background sessions. Or if you're playing a game and there's like a wizard test coming up that someone has to take, or someone wants to craft something, build those out, some real small ones. You can make them like a 2-hour session instead of the 4, and play with those people still. Again, maybe give them an NPC to play or something along those lines. But yeah, play different PCs, all that kind of stuff. I will tell you, you gotta be careful this last one. When you do side games, and they make a new PC to play, a lot of times your players will want to play that side game more than the main game you were playing. Because it's fresh, new, it's a new character, and they get hooked. I believe in giving them like pre-made NPCs and shit for those, just because that side game will become your main game. They really will, man. Run one-on-ones. These are all great ideas. Run a side quest. I wish these were bulleted and then described, so when a GM is going through, because again, this is so word salady, and this is just a problem with certain game types. This is so much stuff on a page. So much. I get that they're breaking it all down and stuff, but I would like at the beginning of a chapter, like a concise checklist for the GMs, because they want to be able to reference this quick and easy, and searching through this stuff isn't quick and easy. And then sometimes things fall apart. That's right. Learn from it, take notes, scrape pieces off, use it for something else. That's cool art. This is a little Army of Darkness feeling, isn't it? Look at that. Skeletal War. I mean, that's the Army of Darkness. That's cool. So the next chapter is getting into adventures and campaigns. Obviously, it's going to be how to run them, how to make them. Flavors of fantasy, which are important. Dark fantasy. So they're going to go into the different styles here and break it down for a new GM. Right? Very smart. I dig this. Science fantasy, one of my favorites. Sword and sorcery, also one of my favorites. Portal fantasy, the way I explain that is actually planescapes for people who are familiar with campaigns. They're obviously not going to say that. Weird fantasy, which is weird that you wouldn't say those things. And their new book coming out, the Labyrinth one, is basically Portal fantasy. New adventures. How dare they combine dark fantasy and grimdark? What? Well, what does it say before you say that? Hold on. Presents dark fantasy, exploration of darker themes, or simply a combination of fantasy and horror genres. Related is grimdark subgenre. However, as the name suggests, introduce more bleak and sometimes desperate elements to the fantasy setting. They are right. It is a sub one. I'll give it to them. Grimdark's my favorite, though. How dare they? How did it not... Nick, how did it not say Shadow Dark? Anyway. They broke down into tiers. I think this is something that a more advanced GM would know. But I think for a new GM, this is great. This is what I like to call the unplayable levels. They're just dumb. 17 to 20, you have so many abilities at that point. It's my least favorite thing. But I'm glad they broke it down. They even give a good description of what you're going to be walking into. I think you build plots instead of building encounters, because nothing's an encounter at that point. They can fight 2 Tarask and probably go get fucking shawarma afterwards. Elements of adventure. This is nice. I don't think a lot of people know the basic elements of adventure as a new GM. Well, we got a bunch of new rules, so we're going to see where that goes. They're doing chunky pieces you can read. And then we're going to get into rules here. Structure, introduction, middle. I do not like this art at all. Anyway, I like the pose. It's yeah, whatever. How is it coming out of his back? I don't think that's where it comes out of. I think it comes out down here. If I remember. It's like here. That's where it comes out of the web. Anyway, conclusion, quest, encounter mix. Like, this is a lot of words. Setting. This is cool. Are they going to teach you how to make one? Okay, hey, they broke it down. Dungeon, pastoral, urban, wilderness. That's nice. This is cool. A nice little, this table's great. I love these kind of things. I wonder if the collector's edition came with like this would actually be cool in like an index, like a small index folio, like the really small ones, right? With is it the A5 cards or a little smaller, where it had these tables on them so you could flip through and pull them out when they're needed. I actually would enjoy that for this as a bonus thing, because there have been some really cool tables when I was skimming through. Cast of characters. I usually create them. I love the, I don't know if they'll talk about it when we make NPCs, but Star Trek has something that every time an NPC comes on screen, you add something new to them. And that's kind of like them learning or earning their stripes. I really like that. What was that, Tiff? How many times have people yelled this whole section would be 5e DMG or 5.5 DMG? I wonder if they do the example of play showing these tools being used. I don't know if they will. I think they should do a full recording of a sample of play and using these pieces. I think that'd be smart. Yeah, a lot of people have yelled for this section. It's true. I think it is smart that they're doing this for the 5e crowd. I agree. What's a campaign? How do you make it? Smart. Publish campaign settings, right? You know, and they have their own coming out here. Missing NPCs. Introducing a reliable ally that suddenly goes missing. Things like that. Like, they're giving you some good terms. I just visually looking at the page, it's just white, blue, and black the entire time. And there's not enough tables and varied text sizing or negative space. Like, I'm just reading a Bible. But I know some of this has to be wordy. Like, building campaigns is going to be wordy. Like, there's no way around that, right? This is an educational book, though, so I'm kind of keeping it easy on that. The meta plot, long term, nice. They're teaching you how to build meta plots and bad guys and allies. Themes and settings. Begin a campaign. Staying flexible. This is some Harry Potter shit right here. Staying flexible, players surprise you. Yeah, you should stay flexible. I 100% can't argue that at all. I believe in being a flexible GM. Act structure. I think the act structure is a great place for people to start who are storytellers, and the breakdown of acts. This is nice. Actually, this is really good. I agree. Nick. I agree. This is, but I mean, you don't want to retrain your audience too hard. So I do get why they're doing it. And don't get me wrong, it is fucking crispy clean. It is clean. It's easy to read. I love this thing, but like, I would love an art piece here at the bottom of like the first act, second act, third act, and like if it was across the bottom and it was bars of them to just kind of break up that piece. I know art is expensive for a 307-page book, but I love that they did this. We traveled to Rohan meeting, so they're giving you actual samples, right? Like, this is great. This is wonderful. It puts it into a perspective that a new GM would understand because they've probably watched those movies, right? And then they have the third act as well. What that is the climax, and then structuring your campaign. Genius play. Oh, I hope there's a 2-page spread. Hold on here. Damn. Does this now look like it was supposed to be a 2-page spread? Like he was shooting something? I was excited for a minute there, but it's not. And it's not the page before either, because he wouldn't be blasting anything. Like, I wonder if this person technically was supposed to be on the other page of this person, so they were like dueling it. Anyway, ending the campaign. This is difficult. I think this is something that a lot of people don't know how to do. So they're kind of giving you a breakdown, like, you know, you gotta make sure you hit your player stuff. I think that you, yeah, they keep making those call boxes smaller, Nick. I don't understand the real tiny font for a call box. I don't disagree, though. But ending a campaign is difficult. They're kind of walking you through the process of doing it. Dealing with PC deaths. I think some of the coolest things, like the Black Ballad that came out, It lets your players go and find their friend who died and brought him back. Things like that are really cool. Someone's really attached. Sometimes players' PCs die and they don't want them to die, right? I had it happen. I had the guy play his familiar that was still alive, going to get his master back with the rest of the party. It was super fun. We get a full world building section. We're only 33 pages in. Cool. Yes, teach people how to world build. I hope they have some stuff in here that's like cooperative world building. But like your core assumptions, like gods, mortals, here be monsters. Like these are concepts to build your own. All right. And I think this is even true if you're playing in a campaign setting that's made. Right? Magic is known. People abound. Setting development, when to build. And they have, like if we go back and look at their stuff here, they have their entire collection in Kobold Press for castles and crowns, all that kind of stuff, right? Like, they have an encounter builder on their site, but if you go into their store, they have like this here. Okay, I'm just going to go to buy now. So you have like the castles and crowns world builders set, and then they did cities and towns, and there's like 2 others. I think dungeons is the new one that's coming out, if I remember correctly. But like those kind of books are really good to help you get through it. Labyrinth, the preview PDF is out right now. That's their setting. Yeah, so what is this? Castles and Crowns. Book of Hex Crawling. What else do they have? I'm looking. I know there's more than that. I think it's Kingdoms. I wonder what that series is called. Oh, there it is. Dungeons and Ruins. Awesome. That's coming out. So, like, these kind of things are stuff that you can add into your arsenal for this book. And they're giving you ways to build out your city. The city book is phenomenal. If you don't have cities and towns, that is a phenomenal book that actually shows visually the growth of a town as it expands. It's really fucking cool. So what was this here? Let me back up. When to build. Yeah, Nick, that's a conversation behind the screen we should have. I can tell you a lot's going over to Alchemy. I'm not a Foundry fan for streaming, but for playing, it's great. So are my assumptions wrong? How does this work? So like when to build, this is a good breakdown for when to build. What's it over? Why is it like this? They're teaching you to ask yourself questions as you're building instead of just building. I 100% agree with the spiral outward. There's an entire thing on world building they put in, but basically you can see horizon out. I love that concept of you can see one horizon out. Don't develop past that horizon. And then if you get to that horizon, develop the next horizon out. And it's that concept to be able to go micro to macro, but on a controllable scale. I do like it. Show, don't tell. 100%. Don't just wax poetic about your setting. Show them what it is. Invest them into it. Collaborative world building is great. There is a game. Where's it at here? There is a game that came out that I've been looking at. Fabula Ultima. This has collaborative setting building. And I think it's a really good cornerstone for like how to make your people invested in what you're doing. I'm going to be doing a review on that later, maybe this week or next week. But this is nice. I like that they did this. They're telling you to be collaborative. They're telling you to incorporate secrets and clues. Every single thing in my game has a secret. Every time. Every object, every person has at least one secret. It may be basic, in case someone does object reading or whatever. They give you an example of secrets and clues and you can do. This is smart. These are also really good jumping off points when you're running the game in case you hit a wall and your players don't know what to do. Game Master's Guide, type of secrets and clues. So this is different. I've never seen... I don't know if I've ever seen a book do this, where they tell you the types, like clues after murder, details of political strife, history about a god. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen someone break down the things that game designers and adventure designers just inherently know. Like the process of this is solid. This whole section is cool. And then how to reveal them, also really fun. I do wish that this is an example of where I'd want a Doom Point thing made. Like revealing secrets and clues. You can say, hey players, if you're willing to give me a Doom Point, I'll help you reveal one of these clues. Or for the secret, I get a Doom Point. Things like that that's a give and take, I think could be a lot of fun. I hope they do that in the one page of upgrading their newest mechanic. Anyway, using secrets and clues, pretty cool. Aren't revealed to players, the world might change. Clocks, this is a really good time to use clocks if they don't talk about them. Creating secrets about the PCs, I love this. Every PC, they give me some background information. They all have to give me one secret about their character. If they give me 2 secrets about their character, they started with inspiration in 5e, or they start with a hero point in Pathfinder, just because you gave me an extra secret. Which is fun. Secrets and clues as rewards. I like this. Making your world. Wow, okay, so they're getting really into like Crown and Cup, like breaking down, mapping your world, scaling it, the local. They're even giving you some generators here. You all know how I feel about name generators and things like that. I think this is a great way to help people build something that just aren't familiar with doing it. You know what I mean? I don't want that to highlight that. I just want to highlight this. There we go. Travel scale. Common mistake in games. There's more than one travel scale, right? There is definitely your hex, your historical style, but there's more than one. So let's see what they give us here. Modern. Modern maps are designed to accurately relate distances. The tool is designed as a compass, so you're reading it. Historical. Broad strokes of geographical information. This is true. Like what it would say to be dragons. They may say 10 days by foot. Things like that is what the distance was. The road would say that. Symbolic, where there's barely anything but symbols. Mutant Year Zero is a really good example of a symbolic map. And then making maps and how to do it. There's a lot of great tools out there. I'm sure they're going to mention that in here as well. Geography and settlements. How to build a settlement. The purpose of it. This is awesome. This is smart. This is the extra... This should be in every GM's book, for especially a 5e thing. It is useful. How much of this, the Tome of World Building, is duplicating? Who's the Tome of World Building, Nick? Is that Cobalt Press? Or is that a different company? And then they get you different types of them. Your nomadics, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like they break down different size cities and what they are. I love that. They even talk about customs here. Towns, cities. I think Hamlets was up there earlier. Custom versions. What's a custom to them? Customs are encompassed in behaviors associated with a civilization or culture. These include ways to greet each other, holidays. Oh, customs. I see. Customs. Very cool. I did that for ETHUANTIA. All my days of the week and my months are different, and they mean specific things to the true faith, at least. I haven't done the Keepers one. Mythmere Games. Some groups who did the Tome of Adventure Design. They're a Kickstarter with their Tome of World Building and name book. Oh, okay, that's cool. I did not know that. Language breakdown. I think language is huge in a game. I don't always like bypassing it. I mean, having the trade tongue for common is great, but I love having different languages that players need to know. It lets your smart players be smart. And then once they have the language, the first thing I ask a player as a GM is like, are you going to orientate everything to them, or do you want to step aside and have the conversation? Because if they are a secretive person with languages, I want to give them a chance to be able to hide some stuff from players. Especially if like it's treasure involved and there's a Hydra there, but they want to leave that out. It can be very fun doing it that way. Resources and scarcity. government. So they got government here. They even have like a D4 little power table for like different versions of it. This is their hobgoblins for anyone who was wondering. Scholars. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. So ruling class, commoners, scholars, tilted. What's tilted? Society of elite. Okay, so elite class defined by their prestige. Okay, those are common. Wealthy. Legitimacy, force, law, religion, tradition. Conflict, that there's conflict in their things. So this is a great world building. That is a wild helm. Do they just headbutt you? They break down gods and religions, the different divine models. I remember them talking about wanting to do this when I was working there. And they break down the different styles, like divine styles to build around, right? Which is cool. And then divine manifestation, is it covert or overt? Religion and beliefs. They even have a roll table for beliefs. That's kind of cool. And they break those down as well. What's this? Tendency religions that borrow elements from each other. Exclude gods. Oh, like Greek and Roman mythology and stuff. Gotcha. Nice. This is awesome. Rituals and holidays. Like these are little things that make your world feel more alive. Adding these things. Prayer as well. Sacrifice and violence. Like all that stuff involved. This is really good. And then creating a multiverse. Man, I would tell every GM to not create a multiverse on your first time out. You know what I'm saying? What up, Mouth of Sauron? Yeah. I would not do that. I would never do it on your first time, but have an idea of what your planes of existence are going to be. Or I call them realms in my game just because it fits that Victorian feel. Plain or Victorian Wild West feel of my setting. Clean picture. Guy signed his name. Good man. Good man. Put your name there. And then advanced combat. So now we're getting into what I believe. This stuff coming up is the reason GMs buy this book. They want to take new parts and tailor their game experience in a way that is different than playing at a regular table. And I think that's the stuff we're going to start getting into here. So advanced combat. Choose the right combat style. So, I mean, there are different types of combat. If you want to be quick, if you want to be improvised, if you want to be tactical maps. As they're talking about using a battle grid versus using disadvantages of battle grids. I like that they did this. The number one disadvantage is time consuming. That's the number one disadvantage of a battle grid. It is time consuming. But it does let you get into the nitty gritty. So if you want to have a really nitty gritty battle, that's when I use the battle grid. What Theater of the Mind does, the advantages of Theater of the Mind, what are the disadvantages? This is a great... That's a great opener, to be honest. Combat's part of almost every tabletop game. It's definitely in a 5e styled game it's going to be. Using Theater of the Mind. Adjudicating areas of effect. What is this? Nick, this is smart. Look at how they handle the area of effects. Tiny area effect, 5-foot radius, 1 or 2 creatures. Small area, 15-foot cone, 2 creatures. Large area, 20-foot or 60-foot cone, 4 creatures. Huge area, 60-foot cone, 90-foot cone, 8+ creatures. Line, 5-foot wide, 30-foot long, 3 creatures. Wildfires are example. Long line, 5-foot, 100-foot long, 4 creatures. They're basically saying you're only going to be able to capture this many monsters if you're adjudicating an area of effect quickly. What's up, Star Drew? That is really, really smart. Why have we not been, I mean, that's so stupid. We have been averaging damage on monsters since like 3.5. Why wouldn't we have been doing that for the area effects and how many get hit? That's just fucking smart. It's just I'm taking that. I'm taking that. For doing Theater of the Mind and being able to just say how many get hit, that's so much fucking faster. That's so good. So good. And then if we're doing tactical, let your players be tactical. Right? But I mean, if you imagine if this is the line. Yeah, well, it's not a limit. It's if you are playing Theater of the Mind, and so I'm gonna cast a cone spell. Like, oh, you hit 2 of them in the count. That's really good. And I got the basic templates. You have to have the pages with them. Is what it is. No need for prep. A major advantage of the abstract map is that you need to do very little. I've seen this before. We talked about this when I was doing some stuff with, I think it was Celeste I was interviewing. It might have been Cobalt. Or not the Cobalt. It might have been Wolfgang. Strap distances and areas. Combat encounter building and expanding. Representing zones. I'm a big fan of zone combat. I love zone combat. I think it's great. They're going to give us a map for this, like showing us. Now we're getting into the nitty gritty of encounter budget. This is something that has been fucked up since 3.0. It's been bad. How to build encounters to make them balanced based on CRs has been a fucking shit show. I'm going to mark something here that I want to hit on. I want to talk about the encounter budget. Page 58. And then I want to hit up, these are 2 things I want to talk about for sure. I'm scrolling up because I'm marking. Advanced combat is on 52. I think the entire section of what was it? Let me scroll up here. I think this entire creating section. What was this? The world building. I think that's a must talk about when I record my quick overview. I'm going to do a really quick overview because people can come watch this if they really want an in-depth version of us going through it. But I think this world building on page 33 is important. Let me take us back to page 58 now where we were. I think that's a very important piece that they did. So this battlefield zone mentality is really cool. The way they do this is they're building out a map of a zone and telling you where things are, and then you just operate your scenes in those zones. That's the short version of it. But encounter budgeting is cool. For PCs of 1st to 4th level, your encounter budget is equal to the total number of PC levels divided by 4. That's simple math. You just put it in the corner of your sheet. Like, again, if they showed you how to take notes in the upper right-hand corner of your sheet, you just have your encounter, or your left-hand side, wherever you're putting your monsters, you put your encounter budget up there and you write the number down. That's all you do. For PCs of 5 to 20, your encounter budget is a total equal to PCs levels divided by 2, because they're more powerful. 10th levels may find more appropriate challenges with following increased encounter budgets. Note that the samples encounters below don't use increased budgets, so they give you a breakdown. And then they have encounter templates. They talk about using the monster vault in their game and doing encounter templates. But then you got your zone. Zone 1 is, this is a map, by the way. Like, if you think it's a mind map, but it's simple. Zone 1 is a lava lake with rocky platforms. Zone 2 is a rocky shelf, mostly flat. Zone 3 is a field of towering boulders. You know these areas as you move through, what they are. And at the top of your sheet, you could just circle those. And if it's big enough, you can even just set something on them, or you X where they are. So you know where they are at any given time. I do this all the time with my mind mapping. Keep it simple, stupid. And what made me think of doing this, honestly, was playing Magic the Gathering and your lands and how your lands work. I started doing similar things and just drawing the zones on mine, and I would mark them. I'm glad to see they did something similar for a new way of running a game that's tight and clean. Then they talk about bosses and bodyguards, right? Bosses and minions. This is important. These are terms that should be brought over from video games. That's my belief. They are great terms that explain what you're getting ready to do. Everybody knows what they are. And this helps you understand what you're getting ready to prepare. 4E tried to do this, but they crammed nothing but D&D as a video game down your throat. This is giving you terminology to let you understand what you're getting ready to build. And they give you some sample encounters here. Like 3rd level, budget is 3. Ettercap, CR2, and 2 swarms of insects, 1/2. 8th level encounter, a frost giant, CR8, and 2 Ettins, CR4. They break it down. And that's for boss and bodyguards. For minions, they do it again here. And they give us a budget of 3, a bandit captain is 2, and 4 CR 1/8 for bandits. Super clean. I like this. And they didn't get away, they didn't get rid of your CR halves, quarters, and eighths. They kept them for low level encounter building. I don't think it's the cleanest version to do it, but they did want this to be backwards compatible with all their other products. So you have to keep the CR. They just found an elegant way of handling encounter building. And look, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Follow a fucking encounter budget. I make a story, I give them things that they can do, and I warn them when they're getting in over their heads so that they learn that sometimes walking away is better than staying and fighting. But this is great. And then you got this new encounter zone map where, again, they did the same thing. They drew an outline of a map. Anyone could draw this. Anyone. You could draw it on your fucking phone and then put these things in there. Very smart. I like that a lot. This is important. If you feel like your big boss is getting their ass kicked, make it 2, not 1. I like when a boss hits like halfway through, another boss to show up, or like the Master Blaster style where one's on its back riding. Like those kind of things make good moments where you're not just fighting one monster. Like a dragon and its horde, because everyone loves running a dragon. Having something in its horde that also animates in fight. Maybe they have 2 Zorn with them. Maybe they have that gem golem that we saw when I was reviewing all of the stuff for Shadow Dark for the Game Jam. A lot of things you could do here to make 2 bosses in the thing. They even give you a breakdown here, and then they even get into the triple bosses and triple threat. This is a really smart encounter budget on down. This is smart. I'm gonna make a note that's also talk about bosses and mini bosses. This is just good. People have been clamoring for this for quite some time. I'm glad they got it together. Jen just got home. She's going to the ball game. And then they do it again. Triple bosses. Boss bodyguard minion sample. How to do a horde. What the fuck? Horde design, rival design. They're giving you like a book of adventure design. What's up, Skiffy? Don't you? I mean, Nick, like, as someone, I mean, obviously Skippy as well, as someone who does adventure design, like, does this not feel like they're giving you a pocket guide to how to design this stuff? That's really cool. The Wolf Pack. Setting and train encounter budget. They're even talking about traps and hazards and shit like that. Incorporating the setting. Don't just favor the bad guys. I mean, you can favor them a little bit. They're your babies. It's okay. You can favor them. I don't agree with that. Difficult terrain, how to do it. Like, here's some ideas for it. Limit visibility. This is probably my favorite thing that changed with things like Dragonbane and Shadow Dark, is you don't have dark vision. I would throw dark vision out of every game. I think it ruins half of what makes a dungeon crawl and things dangerous, right? Like, that's cool. They have siege weapons, and they even have a chapter. Oh, it's not hyperlinked. What is this? Okay. Primary example of, if I'm paying $39.99 for this, let's say you are, that needs to be a fucking hyperlink. There's no reason to make me click through your book as a PDF. Come on, guys. For that price, everything needs to be immaculate. Every one of these chapters needs to be clickable. Don't make me have to pull open this side panel, go over here. Like, this is too many clicks. It's not how UI UX works. And if you're building a PDF, UI UX is what you need to be designing around. Don't make me go find it. Like, I can't, it's not even fucking here. That's just bad. Anyway. But I do like that they're talking, that they have siege weapons in here. That's awesome. They have hazards and traps. That's awesome. But we're in chapter 4, baby. Like, that's far away. Effects and danger, budget adjustment. This is cool. Spell effects. Ooh, using spells. The player's handbook as a huge library of potential encounter effects. Cloud kill darkness. That's smart. Height and elevation is huge. Be careful with tedious environments. I do agree with that. If people are going to get ready to do a tedious environment, like if they're going to be in water the whole time, you need to make sure they can breathe after that first session or so, because you want to keep hitting them with it. Oh, you can't breathe in water. That doesn't become fun if it's supposed to be an underwater adventure, right? Gravity is difficult to overcome. Climbing, fly spell fucking ruins that. The creature can fly vertically at a 45-degree angle at half its speed. The creature tries to fly at a greater angle upward and must make a dexterity. I've been doing this for ages, but that is very smart. Basically saying you can't fly straight up without a dex roll. You just can't. Slowing and stopping midair. Again, they got some dex checks in here. I would like that to be on the table or on the GM screen. These aren't optional rules. They're just really good rules. And this is coming under the idea of, like, how do you handle aerial combat? How do you handle large-scale combat? Like, now they're giving you spots to cut through and look and see how to handle, like, the flow of battle. Large-scale combats and making them fun is difficult. I always found zooming in on a important goal that the players are going to do, and at the end of the round, pulling way back out to look at how the battle is going with a roll on each side to kind of determine things, or maybe a couple rolls on each side if you have units, and then going back in to the players and their objectives and doing a couple rounds, peeling back out again. I think that helps a lot. So large-scale combat is fun to visualize. It's not fun to play in unless you're playing a miniature war game. But you can use it to paint the field of like how deadly or how serious a situation is using large-scale combat. And I do think having, you know, just a couple of units and each player rolls for that unit, or, you know, whoever's going to roll for them. It's cool. I like it a lot. They have unit values. They have a book. I can't remember what it's called, but like Cries of Battle or something, where they teach you how to do large scale fighting. And I think some of this is from that. They're pulling all those Book of Blades things in and putting them in here for you to have access to. Unit leaders, unit actions and movement. They're giving you everything here, right? Resolving combat, chaos of combat. This is true. There's a lot of things that happen in combat that can be just absolute chaos. I love that they added this. I think that's great. Morale, important. PCs, large-scale combat. Again, large-scale combat and PCs. So PCs as leaders. Now they're talking about how to bring them into these large-scale combat scenarios and make it work. Similar to what I was just saying, facing the enemy leaders. Maybe they're just doing that. Multi-phase combat. This is pretty cool. When running large or complex combat encounters, it's often best to break down into phases or waves. Phase combat combines several combat encounters together with no rest in between, and typically includes some overlap for one encounter to the next. This section describes two types of phase combat encounters: phased encounters with groups of monsters, and phased encounters with single boss monsters. And then they say, you know, you should really only be doing this for 5th level or above. Your players will die. And they break that down with many opponents. They're spending a lot of time on siege combat and large scale. Wow. Siege weapons, defense against siege weapons. You can set an entire scene around this. I love that they did this. A prolonged scene, like over many days. That's kind of cool. They have the DC 12 charisma to keep morale in check. Underwater combat. So now they're talking about those things that I was mentioning earlier. How to handle it, how to overcome it, when to use it. Archer, don't do it. No. Get out. My cat's trying to jump in the window. And he knocks everything down when he does it. Any other room, dude? Any other room, Archer? Not in here. What else do they do here? Vehicle to vehicle, driving checks. Interlocked vehicles, like when things get tangled together. Optional rule, damage vehicle effects. What's this? Basic vehicle rules of the player's guide cover vehicle hit points and how damaged vehicles can be repaired. However, to make combat more challenging, you can add the following penalties that activate when vehicles' hit points fall at certain thresholds. So they're bringing that fourth E element back about thresholds. The vehicle's hit points are reduced to 75% of its hit point maximum. Its speed decreases by 10 foot. When a vehicle's hit points are reduced to 50 below, the driver has disadvantage in drive checks while controlling. When a vehicle's hit points are reduced to 25% of its hit points or below, its speed decreases by an additional 10 foot. I like that. I've always been a fan of not using hit points, but breaking down and having a bunch of conditions that have to be repaired. And when you take big chunks of damage, that ship just takes a condition in general. That's kind of what they're doing, but on a very general level. I think a table for random damage to vehicles is really cool too. And then they get into special monster scenarios, brawls and mobs, and swarms, and how to handle them and make them. Did you want the other hat? It's downstairs.
No, I'm deciding what to do.
Okay. She's prepping for the Brewers game. You're fine, man. Brawls and mobs is swarms. And this lets you build things into them. That's kind of cool. So like a full brawly group. That's kind of cool. It's hazards. Okay. My favorite, everybody. Colossal enemies. Colossal creatures, features, and actions. They added some new things like crush that you can do. Cumbersome. What else is this? Dislodge riders. Knocking people off. This is great. That's a nice little section. Interact with colossal creatures. Climbable. This is what everyone was looking for. Every person wants colossal creatures to be climbable so you can attack them. Everyone's seen the scenes. Everybody wants it. It's now a bonus rule in the book. Smart. Very smart. Also, falling off colossal creature sucks. Shareable space. Cool. Minions and hordes. This is... I'll be honest, this book is packed. They got... Here's what we were looking for. Variant rules. All right, everybody. Variant rules is on what? Page 74? Let's talk about variant rules here. Nope, there's minions. I do like minions. No, there's minions and making a swarm out of a fight is what they're doing. So how to like make a moving, brawling horde that you're fighting in the middle of. That's what that's for. Like up here, let me scroll back up. They have minion statistics, track damage and single tally, like you're just ticking them as they die. But they talk about minions and hordes. But up here, where's it at here? This is brawls and mobs as swarms. So it's about like a large group of creatures acting as a swarm or a mob of people, like a city street running with the bulls. That kind of feel and how to build them into one. Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. You got it. So variant rules. Bloodied is back. A lot of us remember Bloodied. Bloodied happens at half your hit points. And in this one, it's +2. A bloody creature gains +2 bonus to AC, but it suffers a -1 attack penalties. A bloody creature has advantage on its attack rolls, but other creatures have advantage on attack rolls against it. At the start of each of its turn, the bloody creature must succeed on a will save, DC 10 plus wisdom, or flee. That's kind of cool. It's like you're in the heat, you're really fucking trying harder, extra bonuses to hit and damage. I don't dislike that. Bloody creature fails to save. It can choose to succeed instead. Once a creature has benefited from this effect, it can't do it again for 24 hours. That's cool. Like, suck it up, Buttercup. Like, that's literally, this rule should be called Suck It Up, Buttercup. What do they got after that? When it gains the bloody condition, the creature automatically recharges one of its features. It has a recharge, such as Dragon's Breath. Oh, so when they're bloody, they can just automatically get that ability back. That is awesome. And granted, these are variants, right? Why is this so much better than 5e's DMG? It doesn't have any right being this good and being a clone. And it's not a clone. That's the thing. I will tell you, Tales of the Valiant is its own beast. I believe they made 5e advanced. That is my perspective as a designer and GM on what Tales of the Valiant is. Instead of giving us 6th edition, they did something similar to Pathfinder and said, why don't we give you the advanced version of 5e? Cleaned up, much sexier, and with better options for both sides of the screen. And that's really what Tales of the Valiant is. And I've been saying that since I was working for them, and I still believe that. I wholeheartedly believe that. And I mean that because they deserve it. They deserve the accolade. Celeste and team crushed on this. And they also, I think, were smart, and they put out a bunch of splat books, like all the Book of Blades, to test out theories in smaller books, and then they've kind of cultivated the best of those things and put them into this. So you got Called Shot. When a creature wants to attack a specific location on another creature, you can apply a Called Shot to the situation. Only an attack can be a Called Shot, and a spell can't be Called Shot unless the spell requires an attack roll. So basically, as long as you have an attack roll, you can Called Shot. When a character makes an attack Called Shot, creature designates a specific location on a target's body, dealing extra damage if the attack hits. Location must be small, vulnerable section of the target's body, and can't be a section containing the bulk of the target's body mass. For example, a creature can make a Called Shot against another creature's eyes or limbs, but not its torso. That's nice. I like that. To make a Called Shot, the target gains a bonus AC on the type of location being hit. 2 for limb, 3 for head, 4 for eyes or specific organ. So if they had a 14, if you want to hit the heart, that would be an 18. As a GM's discretion, this AC bonus might be higher or lower depending on the specific location being targeted. If the creature hits this new AC, the attack deals extra damage equal to twice the creature's proficiency bonus. So they're bringing proficiency bonus in yet again. We saw this in their player's book a lot as extra damage. So you're doing, if you have a 2, you're doing 4 extra damage, which is a lot actually, especially at low levels. If the attack misses, even if the attack would ordinarily hit the target's AC, if the attack is a critical hit, the creature rolls damage 3 times instead of twice. Wow. That's a really clean critical hit solution. For more dynamic combat, see injuries, right? So hold on a minute. I'm going to do this. See injuries. Why is this not a hyperlink? Why? Hyperlink me. Post. It's dumb that it's not. And then we get into my thing. I have high hopes for Expanded Doom. There are so many things that were talked about behind the scenes. I think that Expanded Doom, this new mechanic that they've added to the game, is something that should be like, you know how when you're playing Shadow Dark, they have like new rules for light or something at the beginning of them to kind of set the tone for that adventure? I think new rules of Doom should be in every single adventure. I think they should give you some examples of how to do that in a regular Tales of the Valiant game. I don't like that I'm saying one paragraph. I don't like that I saw that it was 1 page in the table of contents. We're reading this one. Doom is an optional rule introduced in the Monster Vault in which Doom is a resource with an amount based on the encounter CR that you, as the GM, gain at the start of combat. Additional optional rules here expand on that, giving options for you to increase the amount of Doom you gain before or during combat encounters, or to increase the options available to you when you spend Doom. That's what I want. I want more options. Is this really it? That's it? All right. Gaining Doom before an encounter. You can increase the Doom you gain at the start of an encounter by 1 for each of the following events leading up. In the journey to an encounter, the PCs fail to check a check to disarm a trap or 5 or more. You get a Doom. I like that. PCs allow an allied creature in the encounter to escape, to report to that creature. That's awesome. PCs finish a long rest despite the time-sensitive nature of the encounter, basically letting them prep. That's all smart. I love that. I think that's great. The effects can't increase your starting Doom for the encounter to more than double the standard. I agree there should be a cap, or GMs that are newer will get a little out of control with them, right? No shit. No poison, rock, mushroom, Doom. Gaining Doom during an encounter. During a combat encounter, you can regain 1 expended Doom for each of the following. The creature in the encounter fails an attack roll or save by 5 or more. I like that. If you really want to ramp it up for like major bosses and mini bosses, that's smart. The creature in the encounter suffers a critical hit. I like that. They take a hit, you gain a Doom, you do something with it. The creature in the encounter takes massive damage. Okay, not frequent, but they do deserve a Doom if that happens. Spending Doom. When spending Doom, you can choose one of the following options in addition to the ones in the monster vault. Creature automatically succeeds on a save in lieu of a die roll. This can be used once per encounter. That's cool. You don't want them to die to something, they shrug it off. They fucking power through a fireball while charging the wizard. Those epic moments, they let you kind of overcome the rules to create narrative and create story or an impactful combat. The creature automatically succeeds on an attack in lieu of a die roll. This can only be used once per session. These are almost like legendary actions from 5e. Similar. A creature moves up to half its speed without provoking an attack opportunity, and it can move in this way 1 at the end of another creature's turn. While those are all great, this isn't enough. I really would have liked to have seen expanded monsters, like being able to shape your breath weapon. Maybe even if they did it by category. When I was working for TPK Games and we were doing the Book of Monstrous Might, we did a bunch of extra feats that you can give monsters that use recovery die, because we said that monsters had recovery hit dice so that they could spend them to do extra things. I would like to have seen some more Doom Pool choices for monsters. I'm sure we're going to see it in a splat book and they didn't want to put it here, but those are the kind of mechanics that let you customize stuff. So maybe, I could be wrong, so I'm not going to say they didn't do it yet. When we get to the monster building section, maybe they talk about using Doom in that style there. Expanded melee tactics, dirty tactics, again, really cool, using skills to make some fun abilities. And I like that they are skills to do something and not skills to realize if you know something. I like knowledge gained through asking questions, but like, I want to do the sand in the eyes and shit. I think that a skill check for that is great. What else do we have? Enduring effects, overplayed hand, overrun, pilfer, reposition. These all are skill challenge kind of things. Shove and tumble. This is a classic. I'm glad they brought tumble back. Being able to go through people's legs and stuff like that has been on my roster of skills in 5e in any game, just to give people the ability. And they even did confounding tumble. If they win by 5 or more, you get an advantage on your next attack because you like tumble around their legs and stab them in the back of the knees. Not so fast if you fail by 5 or more. So they've added a little bit of that Pathfinder 4 degrees of success. Although I have found in Pathfinder that 10 rule is too much a lot of times. Taking cover, injuries, morale, shit like that. These are some, when you get more advanced and your players want to hit cover, you can start weaving these things in. Like if there's just an arsenal of casters with magic missile wands, and you're taking cover going through, so the cover is getting hit like as a special rule. That kind of stuff's pretty cool. Not magic missiles, flaming arrow or acid arrow. They got our injury rules here, a d20 roll. It gives you an idea of what you get. I did this in my Dragonlance game. I was using these rules, and they were pulled from a different Cobalt Press piece, and then something I found online, and I kind of merged them together. Super awesome that they added this in. I actually am going to mark. I forgot to mark this. I apologize. I got to scroll back up. Doom is on 74. Variant rules, and then Doom needs more. I need to be able to summarize this into like a 15-minute video, everybody. That's why I'm doing all this right now. You're looking through it with me. I'm kind of doing mental prep for it. Hitting cover, injuries. I love that they did this. When do you get injuries? Called shot, failing a death save, failing a save against damage effect of 5 or more, reduced to 0 hit points, suffering a critical hit, taking massive damage. Those are great ways to have that happen. Parry and defensive combat. Ooh. This is why I love Dragonbane. I love the ability to parry and attack with my attack. Night Tiff. Early day for you. You work at nights now or something? There'll be a shorter version of this up on Friday as well. This is the long haul. This is the slog. We're going through the thick of it. Parrying defensive combat. I like this. Third shift. All right. Well, get some sleep. Get some sleep. I also saw your music video. I'm going to watch that later today. I love me some good music, but I can't play it on air, obviously. Focus defense, dodging blows. That's awesome. Parting shots. Ooh. You can use this optional rule on PCs and their enemies to take parting shots as a force separates. A creature taking the disengage action can use a bonus action to make one ranged attack at a creature it can see. Because this attack is haphazardous, the weapon's normal range is reduced by 20 foot. And the long range is reduced by 50 foot. And a creature with a ranged weapon mastery martial talent ignores these restrictions. Ooh, these are the kind of little detailed things in like a crunchy game that really kind of sing for me. This is awesome. This is really good. I'm going to put a little mark here for me to look at this when I'm going through. I love that. A creature's discretion, similar talents. That's cool. I like this art too, by the way. I love a good hyena. Can you parry shots back to monsters? Maybe with a feat. It just says you can parry. If a creature wields a melee weapon, which it is proficient, it can use this reaction to interpose a weapon between itself and the melee attack, using a +2 bonus to AC against it, moving its weapon out of the way and throwing off momentum. To have disadvantage on the next attack roll. Defensive posture. It's not here, but there might be a feat for it, because I could definitely see, or a talent, sorry. In this game, it would be a talent. That's cool looking. That's a great little set piece. I can see playing an entire campaign in this region. Exploration rules. Nick, look at this. A 5e game with exploration rules. Are you fucking kidding me? Is that really happening? No. Say it ain't so. Unusual environments. Planar travel. Planar portals. This is all prepping them for their maze thing. Planar roads. Chronological, conditional. This is a great planar travel section. You don't see this in games very often. That's fucking awesome. We've seen a miracle. Yeah. Elemental planes. Traveling them, the storm. I was going to come into this with some real, like, heavy-handed, like, shitting on this. Like, I didn't know what we were going to expect, and I don't mean because it's Cobalt Press. I mean because GM's guides suck every fucking time. And I feel like they are knocking it the fuck out of the park. Like, I really do. It makes me want to play this game. Elemental planes. Harmonious. They even give you, like, hazards for them as, like, samples. Lava. Crackling. What is this? Sicko? I can't even read that from here. Sicroco? Am I pronouncing that right? But they're giving you, like, elemental storms. Immolation. They're giving you, like, different planes of fire. Plane of shadow. The corruption effect. This is from the Book of Ebb and Tides. Shadow Thralls. Oh, what is this? Shadow Thrall is considered a native inhabitant of the plane of shadow and won't willingly leave. It becomes mottled in shifting ink black patches. The Shadow Thrall is forced to leave the plane of shadow. It has the following properties. Becomes despondent, believes it will fail all tasks regardless of the effort spent. Has advantage on saves against being charmed, but disadvantage on all other saves. Has a disadvantage on ability checks, so automatically fails will. This is flavorful rules. Wow. I mean, if you're playing anything as a D20 based game, this works. Like, let's be real. You could use this for Shadow Dark. If you wanted to add an extra layer of some ruling, like even if these were, just think about adventure design and just taking a single piece of this ruling and putting it in and making a adventure around one of these rulings so it's a special rule for that adventure. Like, it's fucking perfect for it. High altitude, water travel. And I don't believe you should ever use all rules. Rules are situational to... Rules should support narrative and story and make it more fun and give a challenge behind it. If your rules are just there to be rules, it's a waste of fucking time. Right? Like, if you're doing regular water travel, I'm not going to use all the underwater visibility. But if we're going to do like 3 sessions of underwater, then I'm going to bring this stuff into play to have fun. Well, underwater visibility, clarity, look what it does. They change their distances and shit. Waterborne travel. They have a whole... Use ship navigation table. I love this piece. I love water-based games so much. I love running them. But look at this. Seaborne Adventures. Here's an encounter table for Seaborne Adventures just to help you out. If you need something right away, we got your back. Here's a Seaborne table. I don't know. I haven't been as excited about a DMG in a long time. Or GMG, I'm sorry. We can't use that word. D&D owns the word dungeon. Go tell the King community that. Have fun. I love that they have the Seaborne stuff. I'm going to mark this down. Page, what is this, 86? This is genius. And then also see travel expanded section of this chapter for guidance. Again, though, hyperlink your bold shit. Every bolded piece, hyperlink it. For the price of this fucking book, it needs to be hyperlinked. I'm sorry. Dungeons, they talk about classic dungeons, dungeon design resources. Look, they even give you, like, before diving and creating a dungeon, magic item, monster, anything in your campaign, you might want to find something with a quick web search that suits your needs or can be adapted to fit your campaign with a bit of tweaking. There's no shame in lightening your load or leveraging work from your fellow GMs that are made available. 100% agree with this. File the serial numbers off and do something amazing with it. Don't heavy lift everything. I believe in finding great art, great maps, great monsters, maybe an encounter, and I build my session around those pieces and weave my story into them because it's easier to find a good map and art than it is to fucking make your own every time. Publishing, different. Running a game for people, steal. Just do it. It's a home game. It's the whole point. Even when I go do Dragon Sandbox and run things, I find monster art that I like and I build things around it. You can see it in the most recent one I just did. So if I go to Canva here, I'll pull it up for you in just a second. I had to prep for this new game session that I was doing for Dragon Sandbox. And I went through and found my favorite monsters out of it and just made printable tokens that I glued together and put them on a cardstock. I just made these in Canva really fast. And I used these for the game. And then I made foldovers to go over the GM screen. Took me like an hour to do them all. But you can see I have an arsenal of them that I've been making, right? Super fun. I did this because it's so much easier to use art and great monsters and build your own adventure than it is to make your own every fucking time. Trust me, I've been doing it a long time. Like, if you learn anything from me today, learn that. So they have running dungeons. Dungeon key is very important. I believe an ecosystem and an ecology in a dungeon makes a dungeon go really far away. I recommend Veins of the Earth. If you've never looked at that, it's fucking great if you're going to do underground stuff. 4 questions. See, now they're getting into some really like this is more than just finding a map. This is like that next level of like, okay, how old is the dungeon? Is it super old? Is it new? Is it a place that's been built? A dungeon's a relative term. How deep is the dungeon? Is it super deep? Are you going to explore it all? That kind of thing, right? What was the dungeon's purpose? Was it a vault? Was it basements of a building? Was it built to challenge and train adventurers? And then they give you a really simple key. This is big. This is big. Like, this matters for new players so much. So ridiculous that we don't have more of this shit. And there is a lot of dungeon guides out there. I want to be clear. There are a lot of things for building dungeons, building cities, but we've never had all this stuff put together into one compiled thing that I can think of in the last 15 years that's this good. So far. Maybe something's going to piss out. We still got pages worth, right? Dungeons built to house the dead. They give you some samples. Dungeon built to house the living. And then they give you a table for dungeons. They're learning from OSR and indie gaming. Thank you, Cobalt Press, for bringing back, and I know you've always used tables, but for bringing back this kind of stuff. I think it's excellent. I really do. Like they even talk what factions are represented in the dungeon. Here's a random dungeon generator. Combine dungeon entrances in the initial area, and then they go through a random dungeon creator. This is great. Maybe I'll do this on a stream. I want to make a note. Hold on here. I want to make a note here that I think that me doing this could be kind of cool. Use the GMG to make a random dungeon versus Shadow Darks. The Shadow Darks is probably my favorite for random dungeons. Does anyone watching this have a random dungeon process that they really enjoy? I like the GMG concept here that I'm looking at, but I have to try it. I love Shadow Darks. I'm a big fan of how you make dungeons in Veins of the Earth and what's the other one called? Vornheim. Those are my favorites. But does anyone else have like one that they really dig, that they use all the time? Let me know. But they got a good random entrance configuration. Kind of roll it out and draw boxes. This is cool. They even give you some like read out loud descriptions. Read out loud descriptions have to be done really well, or I think they're kind of a waste. I think they should be describing the look of the room no more than 2 sentences, which they seem to be doing here. And then they have passages in here, doors in here. This is in depth. Chambers. Look at this. They need to do a game jam. They need to do a dungeon game jam using this. I think that'd be hella smart. Stair detail. This is really good. Holy, we're still going. How many pages is this? Hold on a minute. Let's go up to where dungeon started and let's see how long this dungeon section is. Page 86. 86. Holy fuck. This is wild. We're still going. That art is amazing. Is this still the dungeons? This is still dungeons. 84 to 105 is dungeon crafting. Did I do that right? Was that really 84 to 105? No, it's 87. 84 on the book page. So 86 to 105. I hate when this doesn't match. That's just me. So 84 in the book. 84. What is this last page? 84 to... It's 20 pages, essentially. 19 pages. That's insane. 84 to 103. Dungeon crafting. That's a huge section. That is really fucking impressive. That we're getting damn near 20 pages, especially if it includes puzzles, because that's sort of part of most dungeons. You're getting 19 pages of tables and how to create a dungeon, and this is your first time maybe, or second time, or maybe you're a first-time GM, but you've been playing forever. That crushes so many things. Like that alone, that 20-page packet is worth it. Is worth picking up. But again, this price point is still bothering me. That 80 or 34 something dollar thing is it's a hefty price tag for a PDF. If this thing fell in at like 25, I think it would be less offensive. Personally. So now I got puzzle design. Puzzle design's hard, man. It's probably the hardest thing to do in a game for most people. You need to have multiple solutions. Like right here, it's a solution. This breaks down the steps required to solve the puzzle. The most important section for you to read, understand before introducing to the game. Consequences, variations, provide suggestions. Sample puzzles. So a matter of memory. It's a logic puzzle. The setup, the breakdown. A solution. Set up the puzzle and solving begins when the correct solution is revealed. So that's cool. They're giving you a couple sample ones. That's a very different puzzle. Do any of you like puzzles in the game? I don't really. I have puzzles in the game. They have to be something that like is part of combat. It solves something that that creates a moment to find an item. Like you need to get something for it. It's just weird. They gotta charge extra for the cover art, right? Yeah, that's it. Variations, curses, hints you can give, big hints. Okay. Riddle me this. Secret pairs. That's cool that they do this. I'd have to read over it more. I just feel that they should have multiple answers to puzzles. That's my thing. I do love how simple they're making the art so that people know they could draw this on their own. You're not like, oh, I got to go buy a fucking guide to making puzzles. They just give it to you. I do like that. Here's some additional rules for weather. I think weather is a huge part of the game that sets a tone and sets a scene. Especially if you pan back and give a panoramic shot of travel and do the passage of time, or walking into rain, or waking up in it, or it's extremely hot in the desert, sand blowing all over your people, that your adventures are covered in sand, your scabbards don't want to pull open all the time, you're constantly doing maintenance, you're running out of water, people are falling down hills, they're getting buried in sandstorms. Those kind of things really add to the element of where your players are. Honestly, one session the GM gave us zero instruction on how to open a locked door as paralytic gas was entering the room. So that's one of those things where a GM should honestly be setting the tone. They should be saying, all right, you're in the room, the door locked. Unfortunately, none of you made the check to notice the trap when you walked in. And as the gas starts to fill this room, you're guessing that you have between 3 to 6 rounds before everyone is paralyzed. There's a locked door in the room. You can see it. You don't see a lock. There's nothing else in the room. Each of you, I'd like to know what your first action is going to be searching the room for stuff. And then this is where this book is teaching you to start handing out clues as they are searching to solve that problem. I think that a lot of GMs make the mistake of, if I know it, players will know it. And that's just a new GM mistake. It shouldn't be that way. But for weather, these are some great weather rules. They even have traveling expanded. So these sections represent additional rules for long distance traveling, expanding, and rules. We're still in the Game Mastery Guide for like bonus rules and like exploration, right? So they have some player advice here for like travel time and navigation checks. Everything's at +5 variancy, which I like. They talk about marching order. Very smart. Just pick a marching order when you start. It just helps for dangers. I have my players line themselves up from front to back when we're using minis. Or if I have their names, I will put them front to back. I find that it helps a lot to keep the mentality of where they are in the especially in the theater of the mind space. We talk about stealth here. I'm a big fan of passive stealth. If you ever play with me, I did a whole podcast on it. But I think stealth is important in the game. I think a lot of people do them. I think you have to worry about the travel times and stuff, but passive stealth is my favorite. If you're within 60 foot, it's passive stealth versus passive perception. And then if you are within 30, you have to roll. Or if anywhere, at any point in time, 60 or further, it doesn't matter where, you make any form of attack or something that they would be able to notice, like picking their pocket, opening a door, something like that, then those stealth checks become important between that 60 to 30 scenario. It also speeds up stealthy games. It lets your rogue feel like a fucking rogue. It's hard to stealth into a house the entire time and never fail. Right? Like, it just is. That passive perception rule fixes that. And then once you're going to do something pivotal, like steal an object, grab something that could make noise that's important, then you start making rolls. But walking around in a house as someone who's got a passive stealth of 17, and everyone in the house has got a passive perception of like 13, even if they're aiding one another, like if, oh, you made a noise, they're alert, as long as there's 2 guards, I'm adding +5 to the passive perception. Those are the things I do to get around this. Again, thank you for signing your shit. Perception, they talk about perception when you're traveling long distance, random encounters, getting lost. Great, more player advice here, which is nice. It's, you know, how to handle them. Traveling activities. So these are the things you're doing while you're traveling. Pathfinder 2 had a chance to really make something when they broke down their 3 modes of play, which is your exploration mode, or downtime, the biggest time thing. Exploration, like hex crawl, but exploring, traveling kind of feel. And then encounter mode, which is like in dungeon round to round stuff. But they never elaborated on it. And I really wanted a DMG2, or I wanted a book that like spent a chapter each on how to run those 4 GMs. Well, I have a good idea of how to use them. Not all GMs do, because they are as written, and you need to give them a little bit more as written to help them out. But traveling is exploration. They already kind of call it out here. They've obviously learned from other books as they were building this. They even have a food and water scarcity. Smart. Great art piece. Can I just talk about how I love this art piece? That it feels like a set piece, a bunch of nobles, and it's a diverse group of people without punching you in the face. Like, not without overtly being just clowns about it. It's just good art. Thank you. Also, her dress is dope. Advanced social rules. I love social stuff. Carousing in Shadow Dark is one of my favorite things. NPCs in a campaign. What is it? They definitely shouldn't have been a GM. No, they should have been taught. That's what should have happened. They should have been taught. New GMs, your pride gets hurt really easy. You do something, you spend time designing it, and you think it's going to go great, and it backfires on you, and your pride gets hurt. And really what they need to know is the more you do these things, the better you get. But you really only get better if you take feedback and you go out and try to find things that make you better. That's the only time you're going to become a better GM. Or taking the time to read a book like this will make you a better GM. And remember, all rules are there as tools. They're not there to decide how everything you're doing should be played. Adventure League and organized play unfortunately built some bad habits in a lot of us. And I think that organized play is different than home play. And they're a style of play. By the rules to make things fair for everybody, great, and competition. But it doesn't need to be that way all the time. Have fun, use the rules as necessary. I just like that this toolbox is full of fucking tools. Yeah, but you learn those through mistakes, Nick. You learn that what you just did wasn't fun, and that you learn it by at the end going, hey, this trap seemed too hard for everybody. Was it not fun? you got to do some self-check-in and party check-in. But that shit isn't always taught, man. That kind of GMing, those extra things, if you don't inherently have them, you have to learn them from somebody. And then this book is teaching that. Honestly, it fucking is. Drew, who's in my show, I was one of his first GMs. And any bad habits he has, he's learned on his own, you know, that's his, or good habits that he's learned on his own. Those are his. But I taught him the basics as a GM running a game. I also like players asking me questions afterwards. I love to explain why things happen the way they happened, so they know my head space when I was doing stuff. I love when players ask out of game questions. But anyway, advanced social, NPCs in a campaign, NPC roles. This is true. NPCs play roles. Allies, antagonists, background NPCs, quest givers. And then they give you a fucking chart, a nice little chart. I hope all these are in the appendix at the back. I really do. Antagonists, another fun piece. Villainous schemes. Background NPCs, patrolling guard, preaching priest. This is cool. This is great. All these tables in social, like everything from here down would be great. And again, little cards that you could pull out to make a really good piece. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it could help a lot. I am going to mark social stuff. What is this page? I'm just doing my pages so I can type to them. 113, talk about the tables. Yeah, we're probably agreeing entirely on this. We do. No. I don't give a fuck. Be as contrarian as you want, my friend. I will boot a person in a heartbeat. We got someone fired from being a Pathfinder Society GM because they did something very similar. Poison trap. We're like, oh, we're not going to that room. It looks like poison. Let's bypass it. He's like, no, you walk in the room and your hammer hits the wall and poison fills the room. Yeah, we got rid of that guy. Because we're pissed. It ruined the fun. And I paid to be at the fucking table. Generating NPCs. Oh, okay. They got some, like, how to make NPCs. I hope they have that, like, every time they show up. Name, appearance, statistic, profession, personality traits, smart, bonds if they have any, quest giver stuff. Oh, look at this. They give you some just true blank fantasy names if you need them. Flaws and wants. Every NPC should have a want. It helps you roleplay them. And then they give you a sample. Right? Got your druidy herbalist here, it looks like. Hey, Ryan. You got this in there yesterday? Dude, this is solid so far. Very solid. Role-playing NPCs, knowing their motivations. This is a great breakdown on making an NPC for someone who's new in a game. Or just if you need a reminder, or you're just at a... Nothing's worse than making something and you're just like a brain fog. This kind of, I call them spark tables after listening to the guy who made all the Bastion Land stuff, Mythic Bastion Land, all those things. I call them spark tables. They spark me as a more advanced GM to get my gears turning when they're not working right. Tips for running NPCs. This whole section, this should just be a fucking bookmark for a GM. Avoiding scenes involving having interaction between NPCs. It's boring. Nobody wants it, right? They should be interacting with PCs. It should be commentary only if it's in the background. Don't get attached to an NPC till you know how your players feel about them. Discard your NPCs. Players don't feel strongly about. Right. Have them show up. And any strong reaction. I fucking hate that guy. Or this person's amazing. Or, dude, that woman made us dinner that night. We all got bonus temporary hit points. We're visiting that inn every time. Those... Log on to those moments. Give your NPCs gold stars when they're locked onto. I think that's important. That's a great table. I'm really happy they put that in. They got some professions for them. Another flaws, wants, personality traits, bonds, tables. Great. Factions make a game. I still believe this. If Blades in the Dark taught me anything, factions make a game feel alive a lot of times. And they can be good guy or bad guy ones. They talk here about ally versions and villainous versions. They even have suggested factions for your game. These are really good broad categories. Clergy, criminals, ethnicity, merchants, military, nobility, and spellcasters. Those are great kind of styles. They talk about the elements of a faction, tier 1 through 4. I do very similar things. They're doing their breakdowns on their tiers by level. Again, this is that tier 1 that gets really wild. Where like it's story based and dilemma based because challenging high level is very difficult. Great art. That dude's getting popped. Why he's choke holding another guy on a spelljammer almost at the moon sky. Yeah, they went all out. This is some portal jumping here. Your values of a faction, with their goals, their motto, and their leadership. This is a template I would put together right here. Like I would have that as a template ready to go so I can fill them out. Members that are important, background, adventure hooks, and so on. And then they give you a sample one of the Radiant Dawn, and they give you a breakdown of what they are, what the membership is, what the background notes are. I wonder, does it give you a bonus? Do you get anything? Like, I think you should get access to stuff. What's the adventure hooks, background notes? I would want something you get a bonus of, either some talents or like being a part of them gives access to something that would be really cool. I always believe that organizations and factions should give something. Then we've got new additional rules for social stuff. The attitude of a person: friendly, neutral, hostile. We've seen these our entire gaming careers in some form or fashion in almost every game. I think Shadow the Demon Lord did my favorite one for like real, like narrative combat where you're doing stuff and they provide bonuses to doing damage to kind of knock down their attitude and willpower so you can shift their attitude to different things that you would like. There's a fun thing. I wouldn't use it all the time, but for courtly combat, it was really fun. Or law, or if you're dealing with like guards at a gate, something that where you're trying to get them to agree with you. So they got your little breakdown here in DCs, how to play out a discussion. This is something a lot of GMs don't know how to do. Also, this guy is going to rob you blind. He's got literally the symbol of commerce. Anyway, how to shift attitudes using insight, important. How to have a conversation. I think this is great groundwork for a GM to learn. Adjudicating status. What's this? Once the factions are defined, their values are scored, and their benefits. Oh, you're setting their penalties and bonuses that they get. I got it. And then what their status is and who they are, like, towards people. Oh, that's a cool piece. That's very different piratey look. That's kind of cool. It's got a little of like a cartoony vibe to it, which is different than a lot of this book. Status tends to be to revert to 0. Okay. Repeated actions aren't effective. That's true. You can't do the same thing over and over. I agree with that concept. Again, they're giving you an example. Really good job. I'm sorry, is that a sand sailing ship? That is a hella cool piece. We've seen sky ships and everything else, but a desert barge? That's fucking awesome. This gives me some Dark Sun inspiration. The Silted Sea. That's very much a French Mortel vibe. Yeah, agreed. Adventuring options. So now we get into adventuring options in the book. What page is this? 130. I think I already know how I'm going to break this down. I just want to make sure I look at everything before I make a decision. So you got a bunch of effects in next stop, City of Cats. Fuck out of here. I would bypass that city in a heartbeat. They're just going to eat you while you're sleeping. So they have curses in here. So what's all in this? This is all curses, diseases, hazards, and traps. Different versions. Breakdown severity by level and setbacks. Like how bad it is, right? Curses. Ooh, they changed their thing up here. Their lines. I like that. So burning apparitions. Covetous and dead. Curse of lycanthropy. That is a great lycanthropy. This is awesome. I'm a huge fan of that picture. I don't know why. God, it gives me a Darkstalkers vibe, if you all remember Darkstalkers. Like, tell me that king isn't, like, from Darkstalkers. That's wildly good. That's my favorite piece so far, I think. Honestly. That and the sand one. Eternal Guardians. Fleshbane. These are some great new curses. This is a lot of curses. Like, they're giving... I gotta mark this. Just curses on curses. That's what I'm gonna say. Really good. Mummy Rot. Jesus Christ, man. Look at these. Is that guy... Ravening disease? Just eating things? Bravo for putting some blood in a picture. Scale molder, sewer plague. I dig this. I also dig that they made a different banner across to make it stand out. I'm sure they realized that late, but smart move. Smart move. What is it? Alchemical fallout for a hazard, and then the effects of the fallout. And they put out that whole post-apocalypse game. You want to read how they handle it? Okay, hold on. We'll go back, man. Hold on. What page am I on? 139? Let me go back. Let's go back to the lycanthrope. I do a lot of weird stuff, so I have a bunch of different versions that I run. So let's go over it. Curse. The curse permanently transforms the humanoid into a weird creature of some kind that turned it. Curse of lycanthropy can spread only to those already changed by it. Can be spread by those already changed by it. Trigger. When a creature with a lycanthropy tag bites a humanoid or otherwise passes its saliva into a human's wound, it can spread the curse. Imagine an alchemist that just vialed its saliva and threw it at people after they've been shot or wounded. Just saying. The effects of the first 30 days becoming infected, the humanoid experiences dreams and nightmares related to the beast associated with its curse. Very classic. I love that. Such as a bear or a wolf. After 30 days, the humanoid undergoes the first transformation. While sleeping, it loses control of its body and acts as a member of the type of lycanthropy as defined in lycanthropy lore. See Monster Vault, which is the monster manual for this game. A newly cursed humanoid continues transforming each night, remembering only fragments of the events. Every 7 days, it can repeat the save it made when it was first cursed. When it succeeds on the save 3 times, it gains full control of the transformation. That is fucking awesome. Instead of having to have the true lycanthropy, you can fight it until you can gain it. Retains its memories while transformed. It no longer has to make the save, becoming a true lycanthrope. That's cool. Resolution. For the first 30 days after becoming infected, the curse can be cured with a remove curse spell or similar. So once 30 days are up, it's permanent. Once a creature's first transformation occurs after the first 30 days, the creature can no longer be cured of lycanthropy, except by a wish spell. This is a great set of parameters in place for how you can handle being aware. That's awesome. It's very clean. It's succinct. And then you just go to the Monster Vault to pick your lycan. I dig that. I think it's pretty good. I love that you have to do 3 successful saves when you've already trained people with death saves. That kind of brings that training back in on how to, a life or death, a very life-altering situation. You're reinforcing a rule you already do. You're reinforcing the death save as like a new life save. That's smart. I dig it a lot. All right, so back to what we were looking at down here. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, I'm glad to stop and look at things people really want. I'm trying to get through this 300 pages as quick as I can. This is all stuff that's just like for you to read. Like it's just enjoy your diseases, your hazards, and everything else under the sun. This is nuts. This is way more than I expected out of this book. Good job. So far, I'm impressed. The price is the only thing I don't like. Oh, that person's dead. You're about to get possessed by a sand demon. What is that? Is that a sand demon? What is this thing? Violent mode, torrential perception, tainted font. I want to know what spell this is. Does it say if I put it over it? Half-elf white robes, clutching glowing symbol, fearfully heavy hands of yellow fog. Try to strangle her. Then we got traps. Ooh, great trap art, by the way. Traps are difficult in games. Pathfinder 2 is redoing all theirs because traps are just hard to do, but everybody wants to use them. I did my own rules for Dragonbane, and they work pretty well so far. But traps are hard to do. And I think that having a trap master is hard to run in a game, but maybe this has it. They break down the different types of traps. Collapsing roof is a sample, so they're going to give you sample traps, what they do. So let me mark down traps. What page is this? 148. Traps. These are things that I thought, like I wanted to have in a book that I thought were missing, and I want to address them when I go through my 15-minute like quick talk. Gravity orb. Oof. These are all good. Hellfire, hanging mace, hanging net, Iron Maiden, that is great art. The lightning floor, that's fucking dope looking. That is so classic. I dig that. Next step would be smoke out of his eyes. I want to read this. Let's just see how they handle one of these complex traps. Let's just take a gander, shall we? So lightning floor trap. Trap is complex. It's magic. So that's the two types. It's complex and magic makes it. This trap is a series of connected floor plates, each typically a 5 by 5 foot square that fills a hallway or room. In most cases, these plates cover the floor of the area, but sometimes it can cover walls or ceilings. Each is a pressure plate that electrifies when pressed, or else it electrifies when a living creature gets close to it. The electrified plate then spreads its electricity randomly to other nearby plates in a connected chain. The trap is typically powered by a network of metal wires that run between plates and has a lightning-infused magical control switch somewhere along the network. Some trap smiths manipulate the wires so that the specific plates electrify when one plate is activated, often lighting up a floor with a specific symbol, such as a holy symbol of a deity of storms or the symbol of a trapsmith's faction. Trigger: when more than 20 pounds of weight is placed on a metal plate, the plate activates. Alternatively, a creature that isn't a plant or undead that moves to a space within 5 foot of the metal plate that is on a wall or ceiling activates the trap. This creature can notice the metal plates containing a trap with successful DC 13 Wisdom Perception, a DC 15 Int Investigation, while within 10 foot of the magical control switch, which finds it. I would do passive for this, I think, unless they walk in and want to look for something. Really low DCs, but again, it is lower DCs. If a creature searching for a switch has observed the trap triggering at least once, creature has advantage on the check and doesn't need to be within 10 foot to switch it. So you're learning about it as you go through. Effects: when it electrifies, dealing 5 or 1d10 lightning damage to the creature when triggered it. When this lightning travels across the plates, electrifying one plate that isn't already electrified that is touching the first plate, which then electrifies another plate that isn't already electrified and is touching a second plate, and so on until the first plate is connected in this chain of electrified plates, so it fucking jumps through it all. One person activates it and fucks everybody else, which is great. It's a good trap. To the magical switch that controls the network beneath the plates. A plate remains electrified only while the creature is continuing to trigger it, or the creature is continuing to trigger the plate that electrified the others in the chain. So either the main one does it all, or so on. Each creature in the plate electrifies takes 5 or a d10 lightning damage. And the creature that starts its turn on the electrified plate takes 5 damage. I feel like this is too many words for this trap. Too many words. A diagram would have done this better. At the metal plates in this proximity, this is just a 5e problem though in general. A creature within 5 of the plate when it electrifies 5 damage. If a creature starts on a turn with 5 foot electric plate, takes 5 damage. This is just a lot of words to explain that if you're on it, you're fucked. Every continuous plate touching it takes the same amount of damage. A single plate of the trap can be disarmed by disconnecting it from the network with wires accessible DC 15 Thieves Tools. Cool. A dagger or edge weapon, whatever you want to do to disadvantage. Okay, that makes sense. It's a little wordy for chain lightning, but I get what they're trying to do. I think this is, again, one of those problems with traps. They're too wordy when they can be really simple. Rolling sphere, searing oil, scything blade, sweeping spikes. And then we get into my favorite part of the game, downtime explained on 155. Downtime is a very important part of the game. I believe that when you're going to do a passage of time, downtime lets players achieve things that they can't do in like the other modes of play. When you're really active, dungeon crawling, traveling, all that. But giving them downtime in the city for a week, 3 days, whatever, allows them to use those fun feats they want to take, like crafting items. And if you're going to be a crafter, you need to tell your GM, and the GM needs to be aware that you're a person who needs time to spend the money and the things that they have to craft things. I will say, for those who are wondering, TOV brought back pricing for magical items because 5e took it away. They said, nah, G, we're giving it back to you. Which is good, because I think there should be a price. Players need somewhere to spend their money, right? Right? So this kind of does that. Oh, it's getting darker in here. Brighten me up a little bit. Crafting magical items. Quest for magical materials. I love doing these. These are great. Another one of those things that people are missing and you got a crafter or somebody who wants something. Quest for magical materials is a really good thing to do. Potion brewing. So they break down the cost, the weeks in the rarity table, and they give you 1 week, 2 week, 10 week, whatever, to find your extra components. They talk about brewing potions here, how long it takes to brew, and how many you're brewing, I think is also included in this, right? So it's like common, it's a D4 days, uncommon, and you can cut down time based on the role you do. Yeah, domains, yep, that as well. And they have an entire book for that as well. I will say that castles and domains, while I love them as a GM, it takes a certain player. Not all players want them. Just like when you're playing Star Wars, not all players want to manage a ship. You know what I'm saying? So I opt in is it an option, and if a player nabs onto it, that's from now on in my eyes. I've learned this even streaming. From now on, I will add those rules in once a player gloms on. If a player doesn't, I'm not doing it. I'll give them the options, but a lot of players just don't want to do the extra bookkeeping, even though I love doing that as a player. So consumables crafting by levels, magical item crafting resolution. So the check result, like if you make it 25 plus, half the number of remaining weeks to craft the item. This is nice. Your roll determines and cuts down the time. We talk about brewing, scroll making. This is a nice little... This is a very short downtime section, but I will say the core book has a very big downtime section, so this is just a little one. I'm fine with this being a little shorter. Dread. Yes, baby, yes. If you're a horror fan, it's important to have some form of mechanic like this. I think the best one to date is still Aliens, because the stress is a core function of the game. So I'm curious to see how Dread works. I do want to mark that this is magic item crafting rules during downtime. I think that's very fun. And I'm going to put Dread here on page... What page is this? 157. 157. So... Yeah, I feel you, Nick. I think GMs are, by nature. I think GMs are. Accruing Dread, various magical effects, diseases, supernatural hazards can afflict Dread on otherwise stable mind. You can cure Dread through calm emotions, or in my streams, what is it called? Emotional healing is our cards for Streamloots for emotional damage. That's why a lot of times I'll let them use emotional healing cards to heal psychic damage and stuff like that. It's just like calming yourself, zenning yourself out, drinking whatever it is you're doing, being around friends. That's why I have those 1 hit point cards for something fun. They've saved asses though, especially in our nightmare campaigns. Dread effects and what they do. Character, the short-term dread effect is subject to the short-term dread table for 1d10 minutes. Then they have one that is a table for 1d10 times 10 hours for long-term, and then indefinite is until cured. And they have simple things in here like they're stunned, they fall unconscious, they become incapacitated, and if you look at long-term ones, the creature experiences vivid hallucinations and disadvantage on ability checks and so on, and then permanent ones. They have to keep whatever they find. I can't take anything seriously. The more serious the situation, the funnier I find it. Like, they bring some stuff in. They bring firearms in. I think we're at a point in our time in tabletop experience where more and more people want firearms in their fantasy games just because they get tired of swords and sorcery. So it's cool they're putting those in here. Loading, obvious weapon types, proficiency in firearm. Is any ranged weapon with a gunpowder weapon property. Okay. They have firearms. I'm going to put firearms as a, what is this, 159. I think this is an important thing for people to know. They are here for people to use. They add a property to it. I'm just going to note that it adds a property. Adds a property. Once I type it, I usually remember this shit. Weapon options, harmless, Fusilade, Fusilade. Weapon properties, gunpowder is a type of property that you add to things. Are they good, Jackson? I might have to give them a bigger read. On a success, so, that's Conn, gunpowder. So let's look through gunpowder. Often unpredictable, such as a firearm with weapons and items utilizing gunpowder have potential to deal significant damage. If you roll the highest possible number on an individual damage die, such as 6 on a 6 or 12 on a 12, when you attack with this weapon, you can reroll that die again and add it to the result for total. That's what I was doing for 5e. I'm glad that they're doing something similar. It gives it that open-ended feel. For example, if your 2d4 results is a 3 and a 4, you re-roll the 4 and add it to it. I like that. I like that. It's a real simple way to have exploding dice for an exploding weapon. You know what I'm saying? That's a smart play. And then we did that forever in ETHUANTIA when I was running 5e. Optional gunpowder rules. Misfire. Everyone likes a good misfire rule that never fucking happens, but we like it. Special training to do it in a campaign where they exist, but maybe you need training. Wet ammunition so that in a world of black powder isn't room when it fucking rains. I like it. Or naval games. Magazine weapons. This is getting into something where you get multiple shots. Magazine 8 is how it would be listed. Does that allow you to shoot multiple times? Allowing a character to fire a weapon without having to reload between shots. Oh, it's just the reloading. Special weapons. Musket, pistol, revolving musket. This is the things I do a lot. Holds removable metal cylinder. I like that. That's kind of what this piece is you see up here, I believe. That's what that is. Horn keg. This is good. You kind of can determine if you're using case ammo or not. I like this. Special gear, and I do this stuff things. Do they have a speed loader in here? I like speed loaders. They'll let you reload 6 shots with a action if you haven't reloaded. But they take inventory space up, you know what I mean? And then we got expanded magical items. I think this is important for any game. Artifacts and play, elements of artifacts. They give you some sample ones. So what page is this? 163. Artifacts. 163. And they have elements of them. I think lore is probably the most important part of an artifact. Really tie it to your fucking world. Finality Scythe. Ian's Bag. Mirror of Life Trapping. Ooh, that is great art. This Mirror of Life Trapping looks so cool. Holy fuck. Could you imagine delivering this to someone's home for the beginning of a campaign session? And you pull the cloth off of it to show to everybody. And then it starts. The artifact starts to work. And this is the beginning session of a castle being overrun by monsters. And then your campaign or the people in the villages and the outskirts, weeks, months later, dealing with this mirror of life trapping that is spreading things out into the world. Just saying. Could be a really cool set piece for the beginning of an entire campaign. Sort of world cleaving. Let's get real. Awesome. Sentient magic items. One of my favorite things in games is intelligent magical items. There's so much you can do with them. Elements of a sentient magical item. They kind of break them down. Roll for Combat put out a Ancestry where you play an intelligent magical item, which I thought was cool. Assassin's Crossbow. Do they give you a guide to building them really, though? Doesn't look like it. There may be a guide for making magical items in the player's book, if I remember correctly. Shielding. Staff of Banishment. That axe looks like I never want to get hit by it. It's the Werecutter's axe. Okay. Oh, it's got the fucking wolfsbane on the bottom and stuff. New poisons are in here. Rewards. An entire section of rewards. Yes, please. Rewards 172. Using experience. Downtime. This is awesome. I love the idea of downtime and using your experience to do stuff. How does this work? Rewarding periods of downtime is an excellent way to signal the end of a major adventure story arc. Downtime is essentially free time for the PCs that allow them to take a breather and pursue more mundane interests between the all action all the time pacing of gameplay. Couldn't have said it better myself. Too many people live in this for an entire fucking campaign and not once go into downtime. Smart. Represented in the player's guide, there's some more downtime. Yeah, that's what I thought. Luck is unique. Fall forward. I like luck. It's a great mechanic that was added to the game. Every time you fail a physical attack, I still think wizards should get something when they're failing spells and people are making saves all the time. I think if someone makes a save against you, I think you should get a luck, but it's only once per spell cast. And the reason I say that is nothing's worse than being a wizard and failing a spell and it not going off. You just cashed in a major resource. and you're casting spells more than you are attacking. So I think luck should go to wizards as well. That's been my argument since Black Flag playtesting. We get into some treasure rewards to break some stuff down for rare gems and shit like that. And cool tables for it as well. Nice, I like that. Art objects, things you expected in a DMG. Weird looking. I love the robes. The face is weird. Awarding treasure by tier. Again, back to that tier reward. They pulled that thing from 4th edition, brought it back in here. Consumable magical items. I think these are great things to hand out. Players forget they have them. And once they use them, they always feel good. Treasure and bundles. We all expect this. We've been using random generators for this forever. It's hella smart for them to do this. They even have monetary treasure or giving magical items. Or both. I guess it'd probably be both. Adjusting treasure by party size. Random magical item tables. Here we go. We get into the random magical item tables. Is this let you make stuff? No, these are just magical items they already have. Where are the fabled magical items? One of the characteristics of fabled magical items is that they grow with PCs, improving in rarity over the course of a campaign. It's for this reason that they don't neatly fit into a series of random magical item tables. Another major characteristic of fabled magical items is that it has its own story inherent to it. For those two reasons, it should be entirely in the GM's authority whether a fabled item should be included in a campaign's treasure bundle. If you wish to leave it to chance after you roll a treasure bundle, you might roll an additional D100 on a result of 5 or less. Play one single magical item you initially determined a fabled. That is a great way to add them to a table. But they're like, hey, we didn't do it, but here's how you do. We're not going to waste space doing it. We got our siege weapons finally that we should have had a hyperlink to. Armor class and threshold, hit points. This is good. To the gentleman in the audience, Ryan, when you got yours, how many bookmarks are in it? How many bookmarks do you get to bookmark stuff? Are there ribbons in it? I'd like to know. Because I feel like you need a lot of fucking bookmarks for this. Siege weapon descriptions, siege weapon movement. I love this. They give you ballista, battering ram, important things. How do they fire these? These don't have like manned teams, do they? Man teams make them so not fun for a player to use. Oh, this one says it does because you're running it. At least 6 medium creatures or 2 large creatures. Fire ballista, one action we must use to load it, and the other must be spent to bolt. Okay, so they let you use that at least. Hanging cauldron, that's cool. There's some good ones here. Trebuchet, let me get trebuchet, especially on launch players. If vehicles expanded. What is this page? 185. Expanded vehicles. 185. Very important, I think. I think vehicles start getting used more and more in games. Do they tell you how they work for travel? Like, do they give you a quick, like, map travel number? No. No, they're giving the whole thing. They're giving you the stats for them, everything. But they're clean. It's really nice. Carriages is probably one of the most commonly used one. I use them in my campaign all the time. Kobold Crawler. Okay, kobolds be busy, I see. It's 800-pound cargo capacity, 20 passengers. Gargantuan land vehicle, 25 by 5. Creatures inside the kobold crawler have 3/4 cover from attacks outside the crawler. Do they pop up between the plates or something? The crawler can climb difficult surfaces, has a bite, fire barbs, and drop. This is awesome. Right now, that might be piece of the game. That might be piece of the game of this book. That's so cool. I love this kind of things. Have 3 of these roll into a city, climbing over buildings, and they're like jumping down chimneys and fucking shit up. That's a cool submersible. A mole. The Nautilus is obviously what that is. The Piston Runner. I'd like to see what that looks like. I'm a chocobo is what I'm imagining. It says 6-legged, but rafts. We all know what that is. Steam powered. Gliding. This is some World of Warcraft shit right here. The tandem glider. Winged dragons. More variant rules. Here we go. This is probably the thing that a lot of GMs are going to be looking for when they open up this book. They're going to be looking for more variant rules to add to their game for situational things. So let's see what they give us. This is page 192. We're not even into it. This book is fucking huge. I have been doing this since 2:30. 2:30. Chase encounters, how to do it, setting it up, defining locations, placing obstacles, setting the goal. Awesome. Also, amazing picture. Running a chase, how to track progress, the order of play. I would like a visual description or art piece here, just for me. Maybe they have that on the next page. Maybe I'm jumping the gun here. Escalating DCs, short, medium, long. How many locations? I like this. Is a real smart way of doing this. I think my favorite chase one right now has been Blade Runner. And then they have D20 obstacles, the example, the check, player advice, any ability score, creature statistics, any ability. Just like with standard ability checks, you can assign any ability score to a particular proficiency. So that makes sense. Like sometimes crafting should be not intelligence, or maybe it should be, you know, it should be wisdom when you're doing something, or maybe it should be strength. Same thing for running, chasing, running through doors and shit like that. Phase 2, take action, capture, sabotage, help, study the route, ending the chase. How to handle obstacles in it. There's some initiative variants. Passive initiative, team initiative, round-based initiative, which I think is probably what most people ever... I hate every round initiative unless it's a pivotal set piece. I don't really enjoy it that much for 5e. Initiative by ability check. Very cool. Monster harvesting. They've obviously seen all the monster books out, giving materials from them and what to do. This seems a lot cleaner. Great art piece for it, by the way. And then harvesting DCs by CR. Creature size. And then what they do. Categories of harvested materials. Tone of harvesting. They streamline this a lot. Thank you for streamlining this, Cobalt Press. Harvest creature size. Skills for harvesting. Using harvested materials. Crafting. Again, don't put this into a game. I did it. My players were not as into it as I wanted them to be. If your players are really into it, make it cool. The other way you can reinforce is by never giving them items that are not crafted by monster parts in your region to kind of reinforce it. That Monster Hunter vibe. They have crafting potions from it with downtime rules. Spell components, treasure, categories of harvested materials. Skill challenges. Again, bring over from 4th edition. I use skill challenges all the time. They are fantastic. The complexity. How many successes before failures? 4 before 2. For anyone who doesn't know, it's just the number half. There's the failures you don't want. It's not rocket science. Skill challenge difficulty. I like skill challenges. They're a really good narrative way to get through a scene. If you've never used one, I highly recommend running a skill challenge. And they can be used for a lot of things. In Pathfinder, they're called victory conditions. You're essentially earning points toward a goal, and as you unlock points, you learn things too, like during research montages and stuff. It's pretty cool. Oh, that person's gonna die. Is that a snake and a crab together? Oh, okay. And then we got homebrewing. What? They're not gonna take it away from you like D&D Beyond. They're gonna let you have homebrewing, that it's okay? They're not gonna take it away from you? Yeah, I'm slamming WotC for that. Homebrewer's Toolbox, everybody. Thank you, Cobalt Press, for teaching people what the fuck homebrewing is and not getting upset when people do it. Thank you. So ridiculous. Rules design, but best practices. Creating lineages. Oh, okay, so they're going to do a breakdown for making new things. This is kind of a swamp thingy looking thing. So confirm the design necessity, define the purpose, to have a theme, create character options. So now they're going to break down all the big ones. Lineages, heritages, backgrounds, talents, magic, creating magic, martial or technical. Those are different feat styles or talent styles, by the way. If you don't know, they're broken up. Creating subclasses. A lot of people are going to want to do this. Again, have a theme. They also say optional 3rd level. They're telling you how to break it down. They're giving you the mechanics behind it to get things done. I know that plant folk is dope looking. And then they have each class. So like barbarian subclasses typically have 1 3rd level feature. This third level feature almost is always related to the Barbarian's Rage class feature. They're telling you how to ground your thing you're building within your classes here in one page. Smart. And then they got fucking creating magical items. It's on page 206. Creating magic items. 206. These are highlighted things for me. They give you a step-by-step, a purpose. I need to see where this started. I actually want to mention this. Creating character options is 203. Character options is 203. Cool. And then let me shift it back. Let me go back down to where we were. What's up, Logan? How you doing? We're almost through this. I got to shoot my shorter version. So far, this game mastery guide, Logan, is phenomenal. Really, really is good. I am beyond pleasantly surprised by their choices of what to put in here and how much they have put in here. It's fucking, it's kind of wild. I'm not going to lie. Kind of wild. If you're looking at picking this up, for those who are in chat, just so you know. Oh, I have to sign in chat. What? God damn it. Hold on here. I didn't know I was signed out of my chat. There you go. That's the link there for you, so you guys can have access to it if you want to check it out. I'm not affiliated. They just give me a preview copy that I'm going through today. Purpose, so this is a magical item. Purpose, function, name and type. I think this is super important. A lot of people forget it. What the type is: armor, potion, ring. So it's your categories of magical items. Step 5, activation charges and curses. I love this. I think that one of my favorite things, and I believe a lot of the Shadow Dark fans that are here, is that there is a benefit and a curse on a lot of objects. Because that curse isn't like you're cursed and you're fucked forever. Those little negative things, those bad things, help create character for a magical item. And I feel like having those curses, people think curse is bad, super bad, but for example, every time you pull your sword, the curse could be anytime there's a lycanthrope next to you, it forces them to shift. Yes, you see them, but they become a lycan. There can be some really cool benefits and penalties to them. In this case, your benefits and your curses. I do think that GMs should use them more often. I'm glad to see they're part of the process. I think that's pretty fucking important to be 100% honest. Hold on here. Gotta fix something real quick. PDFs. My PDF, for some reason, is chopped off in my side piece. There we go. In my vertical cam, I was fixing it. Let's see here. Agreed, Nick. Yeah. Curse is just a good way to add cool effects that are negatives. Agreed. It makes flavor. And you don't always have to do it. Then you gotta worry about attunement. I know attunements to stop players from having too many magical items. I'm on the fence for it. It is what it is. Use it if you want. I think it's a hangover from Adventure League. I just don't think attunement does a lot other than take time to attune. But if it affects stuff, they break it down a little bit more. It's not traditional, everything's attuned. Rarity is important. And then obviously they talk about creating artifacts. So now we're getting into, they gave us artifacts earlier. They gave us the sample versions, right? But now we're going to get the ability to make our own. And they break them down. Fabled, here's our fabled magical items. If they talked about that earlier. Fabled magical items are such a great thing to add into a game. Everyone likes something that grows with them. Creating sentient magic items, one of my favorite things in games. They even break down creating spells in here, and they have a step-by-step spell creation. Thank you. For fuck's sake. Thank you for making a step-by-step magical item creation. I can't. So this is fabled. This is sentient. This is artifacts. and spells. This is all the step-by-step guide, just like to keep you in check so you don't go too far when you're making things and you step out of bounds. Name and circle, source and school, spells as PC rewards. I love that. That's a big part of OSR stuff in general. Spell statistics, how they work, and they break down each one of them and what you should be looking for and how to keep them balanced. It looks like what they're doing. Right here, your numerical values, how to keep them balanced. Finally, use the average damage by circle to help you out right here for your dice pools and everything else, your magical sources, where it comes from. This is a very clean, short guide to making it. Then they have creating your hazards and dangers, really breaking down how to do this again. Even traps. It's only 3 things. They gave you a bunch earlier to look at, so it's always already in your mind. That's a cool looking creature. I don't know why the wing isn't coming out of the side, though. I don't understand the wings. Weird. This is big. Somebody who crafts a lot of monsters live on stream, being able to create a monster and have it be as balanced. Again, I shouldn't say balanced. Having it fall within the zones of what you're trying to run and the difficulty of what you're trying to run to keep it within those CRs is very important, even if you're blowing out those CRs. You really need to do it. They should have this down, Ryan. They've been making fucking Tome of Beasts and shit forever. But I agree. I can tell you I've seen a lot of this when I was there, as we were going through like how monsters are going to be made, how to help players be better at it, or not players, but GMs better at it. This was an important set piece. So we got modifying stat blocks, altering statistics. You have these things. You can easily change any statistic in this list after an existing stat block. Boom, done. Altering traits. So telling you when you can and can't do things without changing a CR. They have your traits, your names, description. This is table. Hold on, we're going to count pages here. We're counting pages. This started on 211. All right, 211. Altering CR. This is an important thing to teach. How to adjust, what to adjust, calculation guidance. DCs are the big one, AC, shit like that. Yep. And then they have spellcasting templates for your min, max, min, circle, max. And that's at will, 3, 2, or 1 a day. Then they break down the types, clockwork constructs, your breakdowns. Holy shit. They went deep. Example monster, a clockwork giant crocodile, a dragon lich. Going through, I remember seeing this art. I love it. Adult red dragon lich. Elemental infused. And they're giving you the breakdown of things you give them when you do this. These are the templates I'm talking about doing for Dragonbane right now. I'm glad to see someone did it. Example, lightning infused cloaker. Boom. Now you can give it some cool things. Uncommon combatants is written. Lycanthrope template allows for some odd combination of humanoid and beast. This is bringing back the second Monster Manual 2 from 3035, where they had the half golem templates. This is that stuff that really let me make some like creative things and have fun. It made you think out of the box. Elf Were Elk. Remember, this was on 211 we started, everybody. They also brought rolls back, which Nick and I have talked a lot about rolls and how they are important. We've also seen this in the MCDM books and their idea of building monsters. It's a fantastic monster manual. But you got your role of your controller, your leader, your soldier, and they've broke those down to help you out. A striker, shadow, that's pretty cool. A skeleton, breaking those down, making a giant ape skeleton. And they're walking you, they're showing their work. Skeleton dragon. We all know we've used these before. Swordbreaker. You can already tell. This picture tells a story. These colors they use, you know this was a hobgoblin. Right? Because of the colors. That's how the hobgoblins work. That's good visual storytelling. Threadbound construct. Ooh. Tapestries and rugs. That's cool. This is amazing. Thread-bound death dog? What? That's only a CR1. This is an example of using a template to create something creative out of ordinary pieces. Like it's just a dog. But because it's thread bound, it's got some cool things. It's got a woven form. It's bound to a large textile, so there's a tendril that comes out of it. This is an amazing sample of what you can do with these templates. Bravo, Cobalt Press. Zombie. What page is this? That's so good that I'm going to mention this in my recap. 229. So 231. I just want to mention this here. 231. Death Dog. Thread-bound Death Dog. I just want to be able to mention that during my recap. That's really cool. Zombie, classic, gotta have it. How to build it. Bunch of options. Zombie Dragon is a sample. And then they get into like creating your stat block if you want to do your own. Creature design best practices. Fewer spells. I can't say this more. I agree with this 100%. 100%. Let me highlight that. This is such a great setup for GMs. One of the hardest things for most new GMs is homebrewing magic items and monsters. It is, because they feel afraid of unbalance. And this, when you're in a crunchy game, you kind of got to create a little bit of balance so you don't blow things out of proportion. Step-by-step creature creation. They break it down. This is outstanding. Vulnerabilities, resistances, immunities, speed, sense, and language. Traits. Fuck me. And then they give you the tape. This is the stuff I have at my... When I'm at a GM, this is what I want on my GM screen. I want this page on my GM screen. So that I have CRs, your proficiency bonus, your AC, your hit points, your attack bonus, your damage modifier, and save DC. That needs to be one panel. So I can quickly build a monster on the fly within the parameters of what the game is giving me. Every game. I had to go hunt this down from Sly Flourish with 5e. And Cobalt Press is just giving it to you in one big table. Paizo, I think, gives you one as well. This is just succinct and to the point and easy to make something on the fly. You take that and you take the spells per day table and put it together, you're golden. This is a great breakdown. Like hit points by percentages based on AC. This is that like internal monologue a designer has. Very good. Very, very good. Now this is a really in-depth building. I would never go this deep unless I was making something for maybe a publication. I kind of ballpark it, but I think for a new person, having these adjustments by percents are very nice. I wouldn't use that. I think percentages are easier to add up than CRs, to be honest. I think it works, but it's just not what I would use. But this is detailed, man. Remember, we started on 211, everybody. We started on 211. We're still scrolling through crafting monsters. Little reuse of some art in here I've been seeing. I think it's so it's an iconic identifier. Ooze. So now you're doing it by types of monsters. Swarm isn't a creature type. Smart. I like it. It's more of a tactic or style. And you're basically just increase the CR. And then, so we went from 211 to what was the actual page? 211 to 245? Is that right? 211, 245, 211. 34 pages. They do. They do, yeah. Rule of thumb, like set a monster's AC close to 50% hit chance. Yeah, there's a bunch of little rules of thumb as you're building. Like They literally break down the AC based on, if you have high hit points, you should lower your AC by this much because they're a hit point battery, or vice versa. Yeah, they definitely have that. They definitely have that, Nick. Good question. This is amazing. So you get 34 pages. 34 pages of creating monsters. That's wild. And you got to think they probably had a lot of these in-house rules as they were building all their Tome of Beasts over the years. You know what I mean? Like, they have done the due diligence. And they even have some different versions like Hungry Dead and stuff like that. Like, bravo. And then after that, we're at 248 right now of 307. And then we get into appendixes for random counters. I'm going to blow through this because I'm not going to sit and dilly-dally over them, but I just want to put up appendix A, random encounters, because I think it's important to know these. We have Arctic, and these are each a D12 table for one. They're by your tiers. Remember how they did the tiers by level? So they have encounters basically for tier 1 through 4, all of them for Arctic. They do it for the Badlands. Some great art on here. What the fuck are those? A swarm of flying creatures with a worm-like bodies and large heads with huge black eyes and gnashing teeth. Those are fucking horrifying. I love those. That's a great image. I love how it breaks into the table, or out of the table, I should say. Smart. So Badlands encounters, coastal encounters. What else do we got? Desert encounters. Farmland encounters. I like farmland encounters. I think that's a great broad category that is missed a lot. Forest encounters. Grasslands. I love that monster. Hills. Mountains. Good ability to reuse your art here. Planar. What do we got after planar? Love that. That looks like something out of Marvel, though. Swamps. Still going. Underground. These are all multiple tables for tiers 1 through 4. Underwater. Tiers 1 through 4. Still scrolling. Urban. I was waiting for it. Great art. I've always liked that piece. Do we have more? Okay, so that was all of the encounters available, and these are tiered out 1 through 4. Each location. Each type of terrain. That's the best way to describe that. And then they have campaign dressing. So Appendix B is random. What did I say it was? Random campaign dressing. Love that term. So these have the following: instant towns, genius, mildly magical curios, so like little tiny things like let's see here. I'm gonna roll. I got a 19. A deck of cards that shuffles itself. Nice little curio pieces. Trinkets and treasures. Gold and stuff like that. Things you find within a castle that are like quirks within a castle. Environmental encounters. And then we get into Appendix C. And Appendix C is fantasy inspiration. Okay, so fantasy inspiration. Books. Ooh, these are like different books. Oh, this is cool. This is like different books to read. Like A Wrinkle of Time, A Wizard. This is great. I remember them going through and asking everybody their favorite books for fantasy. That must be where this came from. And that's pages. Films and television. Pages. They took pages to dedicate inspirational pieces. Games that you should play. Pages. Nonfiction. And then an index. And is the index hyperlinked? It is not. What the fuck, guys? Why is the index not hyperlinked? Come on. I'm bold and italicizing this. These are the things that make the price point they're asking for swallowable. If you were to make all of this index hyperlink these pages so I could go to them and see them and not type them in, because here's the thing. If I type in when I type in 193, right? Let's just say I do it. 193. And then 193 is supposed to go to chases. Like, I get to do that. I had to type it, and then I got to go back. Like, why wouldn't you just hyperlink? I wish it was hyperlinked and every page had an index button to go back to the index, but that's me. But why aren't you using your UI UX abilities of hyperlinking to hyperlink all of these gorgeous index pieces instead of making people flip? I know that this is here for the physical copy, but if I open up this side panel and I go to the index, they have A through E here, but like that just takes me to the index piece. I want to be able to flip to that section. When I have the index open to flip through things, this should be hyperlinked. That is disappointing. And then at the end, they got their Cobalt table tools, Creatures Codex, Tome of Beasts, all their map tiles. Their map tiles are amazing, by the way, if you don't own them. They're very, very good. A new horde of 5th edition monsters in Tome of Beast 1 that's been remodeled. They have the Direct the Rise and Fall of Civilization. So it's cities and towns, castles and crowns, dungeons and ruins. That's the 3 of that series. I think 1's still waiting to come out. And they have their Tales of the Valiant, Be Bold, Be Brave, Be Valiant. Stunning new take on 5e. And then this is the Ultimate GM Toolbox. I think that is a very, very fair assessment. But they should have hyperlinked. I think my biggest problem out of all of this, looking through, is $34.99 is a really hard pill to swallow for a PDF. And especially when buying this, if you want the Game Master's book physical and the PDF, it's $69.99. I kind of wish Cobalt Press had a subscription model like Paizo does, that if you subscribe, the PDF is just included, because it's letting you get all these things at a little bit of a reduced price, but you're getting the PDFs for free, things that you're already creating anyway. And there is a difference between print and PDF, just so people know. There is a layout difference between the two, but there doesn't have to be if you make your print and PDF the same in general, and you're not really focusing on PDF, you're just providing a PDF resource. This all should have been hyperlinked. I think that there was some hyperlink. It's like they forgot to finish doing it. Like there were a few hyperlinks, but it's like wishy-washy. Like I would like to know the logic behind that. It's missing. So with that, I need to record my short version of this. So for those who've never been here for one of the live shows, I go through this whole thing with you guys. You got the whole scroll through for everything on this. I'm going to do my recap, keep it short, and talk about what purchasing this book is all about, why I think this PDF is worth it or not. Honestly, if you have space for a book, what is it? It's $59.99 for the hardback. You're almost better buying the hardback than you are the PDF. It's just the elegance and simplicity of a PDF and hyperlinking to quickly flip through your book. Because people forget, you can't stick your fingers in a PDF to flip back and forth. Yes, there are bookmarks, but bookmarks in PDFs aren't great. They're not great. Being able to click chapter to chapter is fine, and being able to open these up to click through, they're okay. But when I'm within any of these categories that are going to reference another chapter, I want to be able to click that reference and have it send me there. And I know 307 pages is a lot of work to do that, but I feel at the bare minimum, when you're charging $34.99, that should be there. So I'm going to do my overview of this book. We're going to go back to the beginning of the book. So I have the main page up, and I'm going to record one take. That's my game. My game plan is always one take. Let me get some music for this bitch. What do I want? What do I want from White Bat? What have I been listening to out of the White Bat Marathon stuff that I really like? Is this the fast ones? Yeah, this is it. We'll use this. So I'm going to put this together. We're going to go through this. I'm going to do a recap. Before I start, is there anything as we scrolled through this that all of you heard, or for Ryan who has the book already, is there anything you think I should include in this overview for everybody? Is there something you think that I should hit on? I'll read off what I've put in my notes right now. The price point is going to be the big question. I'm opening with that as a statement. Let's see here. We have our world building section, which I think is very important that I'm going to hit on. Advanced combat, which I think is a very good section. Encounter budget, the fact that they changed it. Variant rules, I think Doom needs more. We never saw Doom anywhere else through here, not even in the monster building section, which I think is a disservice to the new rule that you've added, Luck and Doom, or your new additions to replace inspiration. Seaborne encounters, they really did a good job with that. Dungeon crafting, we got 84 to 103 is all about dungeon crafting. I needed to do the math on that real quick because I had to minus a page out because it doesn't count. So 103 minus, what was it, 80? Is that technically 84, not 83? So 19 pages of, I'm just going to put that down. 19 pages of dungeon crafting with tables and everything is amazing. Social on page 113. There's a lot of good tables in there. Adventuring options. Curses on curses, I think is really cool. It's nothing but curses and hazards and diseases and how to use them. They redid traps, downtime, magical item crafting, dread, their new rule for dread. That's a nice little additive if you're running horror. They brought firearms in, and it adds a property, and there's different versions of firearms. Artifacts, we see it twice in the book. We see their versions of some artifacts. Then they teach you how to beat them later, build them later. New versions of rewards, expanded vehicle rules. The Cobalt Crawler is a fucking highlight in the vehicles. I can see some really fun things to do with that. What else do we have here? More variant rules, things from 4th edition and from their books kind of getting merged together. They teach you how to homebrew instead of taking it away from you. A lot of that has to do with having the open license. I think they want people making stuff. Creating character options on 203. Creating magical items on 206. Fabled sentient artifacts, spells on 209. Creating monsters. 213 is when it starts. It's 34 fucking pages of creating monsters, which is great. The Threadbound Death Dog is a highlight out of that for me. And then 3 appendixes. You got your encounters for all your tiers. They break those down by level. Campaign dressing to give you some new things to add into your campaign. The fantasy inspiration, which is just books, movies, nonfiction, TV shows that you should read. And the index, which is unfortunately not fucking hyperlinked. Did I miss anything that you guys think I should touch on as I do my quick spiel on why this is or isn't worth your $34.99? Can anyone think of anything? With that, I'm going to put this over here, back into here, separately, so I can have this list easy access to read. I can't think of anything else. I mean, I think it's a pretty good list, personally. Pretty good. So during this, remember, I don't look at the chat at all. We will talk again after this. There's something cool I want to kind of show off afterwards a little bit, and then we're going to call it for a day. So I'm going to try to record this quick as I can. So I'm going to take it back to the starting soon screen that has my my ad on it, which is this one. I'm going to let this play. I'm going to start recording here right now and start recording. Starting music, 3, 2, 1. Well, everybody, we have something to talk about, and it's very simple. Is the new Cobalt press... That was my first mistake. We'll do this again. Three, two, one. We need to talk. Is this book worth $34.99 as a PDF? This is a GM toolbox galore for Tales of the Valiant, and honestly, for anything adjacent to 5e. I think they really hit some solid marks here, and things that a lot of people have been asking for in Game Master books or Dungeon Master guides, whatever you want to call them, for the last, I don't know, almost 2 decades. There hasn't been a lot of really good how to be a GM book that comes with a system. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying you need to gather them all to have a complete toolbox. And I feel like this book does one thing better than any other. They fucking listened and they delivered on all the things that people asked for to have in a Game Master's guide. So enough waxing poetic on what we want. Let's take a look at what we get for $34.99 as a PDF. I believe $59.99 for the actual book, and you combine those two together, and that's how you get the combined package of hardback and PDF. It is available now. I was given a preview copy, but you know that doesn't stop me from my honest opinions. So let's get some honesty. This book is a beast. It is 307 pages. I have a list on this screen that I want to talk about things that are important. Great art like always, but we're not here to talk art. We're here to talk about the toolbox. Oh, and the 5e druid that's from the movie that's getting pulled into the ground. Maybe that's just me. I saw it last time. I see it again this time. It's the same girl. We saw what you did. But with that, we get a lot. All your credits and everything you want in here are here. The table of contents is robust. Everything in the table of contents is hyperlinked. We'll talk more about hyperlinks later. I think that is really the one piece they are falling short on within this monster of a toolbox of a book. The introduction for this game, in this book, I should say, is fantastic. This does such a wonderful job of teaching you how to be a GM. A new GM or a veteran looking for some maybe things that you missed over the years, or you need a spark of influence as you are looking through these things. There is a lot in here on being a creator, being a director, event planner, and you can see a more detailed version of my walkthrough of this on the live stream that this is recorded of. I mean, it is a couple hours long, and we go through all 307 pages and dive into the nitty-gritty. But for you today, the short version, I want you just to look at the things that are highlighted as I am scrolling through these more important pieces. The GM lexicon is such a big piece. I think a lot of people miss teaching a GM on how to do that. This section on teaching what players are and what styles they are and what different kinds you'll see at the table and how to handle it and how to make their time fun at the table. Also, there's nothing wrong with asking what a player wants. You're creating a game with them, make it fun. Adventures in babysitting, anybody? I'm just saying. It sure looks like it to me. Should have been a hammer, but it's cool. And they break all these down, and then they get into getting started about how you facilitate fun, how you are asking players questions to make sure they're having fun, helping them finalize their characters. I will say, if you're going to this woman's house to play D&D and she has green torches on the wall, you're probably going to die there. It's just a thought, but it is a great art piece. Are those nachos? I wonder if those are nachos. If so, maybe I will visit. I'll take the death for some nachos. You have house rules in here, talking about when you need them, why to do them, how to prep a session. There's a checklist involved. And I gotta be honest, they really break down this process here through these pages on how to really make an adventure your first time, or if you're a veteran, maybe some things you've missed. When you should be using certain things, when you shouldn't. They also are really big throughout this entire book, talking about the pros and cons of each resource that you can use, from battle grids to theater of the mind to virtual tabletops. They give you an idea of what's good and what's bad for those scenarios. They talk about using a GM screen, snacks, I highlighted this because players should bring snacks for their GMs. I believe if they took the time to craft a story for you to have fun in, the least you do is bring some Doritos and some tacos. Always tacos if you play on Tuesday. There's no other exception. You have to bring them. But collaborative storytelling spoke about, you can see that they've listened to the indie scene as well while they were making this. And like, let's be honest, there is a lot that the 5e industry can learn from the new movement of OSR and the new movement of the indie scene and how it has grown, how clocks have been added to so many games because of Apocalypse World and Blades in the Dark and the mastery of those. But we've also seen in OSR how less is more. By providing tables and providing inspiration, you actually get more than a shit ton of paragraphs on how to do something. This is a 5e book, or 5e adjacent book, using Tales of the Valiant, because Cobalt Press has been publishing 5e stuff for as long as 5e has been around. But because of that, they have kept that flow of giving a lot of information. And this book is made to be read, and I think picked apart, and tools are made to be pulled and used as you go through. I don't think the goal is to simply read it from front to back and take all of it in and know what's going on. They're trying to teach you things like how to wrap up a session and how to handle player death in a game. But there's a few things that they hit up on in here, and specifically, I think it starts around 33, after we've talked about how to be a GM. It really comes back to one important thing: teaching you how to build a world. World building is such a big part of a GM's job, and it is something that a GM doesn't know how to do unless they're shown. You can learn it, sure, from reading adventures and articles, and you can learn it from watching actual plays. But the process, the important process, as someone who's worked in design and in project management, the process is the proof of how to do it. And here, they give you that process in world design. And at the end of the book, they even show you some more like deep dive and expanded versions of books they have on how to create your own world. Not word. We all create words. But show and tell is big. Don't just spew information. Show them in game the things that you have built. Let them interact with it. The idea of spiral world building, when I was at Cobalt Press, we did an entire show on how to design Micro and the Next Horizon out. There's some really good stuff in here on collaborative world building, things that you can do to make it your own and also make your players have skin in the game. My favorite section here, as someone who has secret time, is the types of secrets and clues that you can use in a game, how to use them to reveal things or to use them as rewards. I highly believe the PC should all give you one secret about their character that they can get to release into the game on their own that impacts the world. But these are some great pieces in here that they give you on how to do it. And they don't talk about this normally. And they even give you names and locations and things like that to build your world. Like, I am fast scrolling through this, but they break down customs, where you live, languages, types of cities, environments, governments, religions, you name it, they gave it to you here. And this takes me into what I think most GMs are probably going to come looking for, which is advanced combat. Advanced combat rules are a pretty good chunk of this book, but not a lot. They keep it clean. You're going to see a lot of things from other 5e publishers that all think in the same line, along with the old 4th stuff in Advanced Combat. Advanced Combat covers a few pages, but they talk about mapping the battlefield, choosing the right styles for combat. This, again, is that whole idea of battle grid versus theater of the mind. Really the two modes of play that I think a lot of us use when we're running games without labeling it. They break it down and tell you the advantages of how it works and the disadvantage. See what you did there, Cobalt Press. You kept your terms and used them to describe this stuff too. Good job. I think that's smart. And as you go through, they even give you what I think is the highlight of this section. Adjudicating areas of effect, where if it's theater of the mind, you just hit so many creatures when you use AoE things. This page alone is a great resource, and it should be on the GM screen, because I think a lot of GMs go between Theater of the Mind and Battle Grid, and this makes spellcasting such a usable piece in Theater of the Mind. It's honestly in my top 3 things in this book. They show you templates. We're all used to that. They talk about no need for prep and how to do it. They talk about combat and counter building, and it's expanded. We all lived through 3.0. Well, I shouldn't say all. A lot of us. 3.0, 3.5. The hangovers of that into the Pathfinder, into 5e, and we want to talk about 4th. Encounter budget building is hard, and it's never really been done well. People like Sly Flourish have tried to take over and show us new ways to do it, but I gotta say, what they did for TOV for encounter budget building is so good. While it is partially based on balance, it's really based on the fact that you just don't want to go too far one way or the other, but your players in a high fantasy game are going to have ways to handle these solutions. So if you look here in encounter building, they even give you encounter templates. They also talk about doing zones of combat, like in a volcanic summit. They break down bosses and bodyguards and bosses and minions, and then they even just draw an rough outline of a map and teach you how to use zones for your combat sessions. Instead of worrying about every little square, you can just check off things on here. Honestly, down the side of this, I just have boxes to check off for when people encounter them. They talk about handling bosses and why one solo bosses don't always work, why twins or triples may be a better idea. It really does work well. And they even have hordes and rivals and things like that in this book that I don't feel like you see everywhere. They bring back siege weapons. There's a whole chapter. And this here is where I want to talk about hyperlinking. This is probably my biggest flaw for this book. When I'm getting a digital book, and there is a style of design that a lot of us use where you're using a 2-page spread to kind of have a control panel for things. It's harder to do in 5e, but what isn't hard to do is add hyperlinks to your book. You did it for your table of contents. You can Control F search it. There's a lot of things in the back end with InDesign you can do. You can even tell it to link it every time. You can pull up the links that are available with the script and just link certain ones. But when you mention a chapter in something like siege weapons, and you're telling me to go to chapter 7, when like right now I'm in chapter 4, and I can't put my fingers in the book to bookmark those chapters to flip back and forth, having hyperlinks makes this so much easier, especially when you're on a phone or a tablet and you're not on a computer. You didn't do that extra mile, but you're asking that extra mile from us by putting a price tag of $34.99. I think when these kind of things are overlooked, it really makes the buyer question, do I want to spend that much for it? It's just something to think about. Maybe if you do an update to this book and you put something out and you tell everybody, hey, we hyperlinked the entire book. We heard you. Everything is hyperlinked now. I think those kind of things will help people bite that $34.99 price tag. That's my biggest complaint so far, getting into where we currently are in the book, which is in that encounter budgeting and stuff like that. We're going to go into another area that I think they kind of missed the mark on here as we go from front to back in this book. So let's check that out too. In here, we got a bunch of variant rules, and I do love some of these. They brought back Bloodied from 4th edition. I think a lot of us use that terminology. It's one of the good things that came out of it. And you'll see other things they brought back, like skill challenges and stuff like that. And everyone's kept rituals from 4th edition. There were good things in 4th edition. It just wasn't good as a package. These new called shot rules are cool, and the new Bloodied rules are also cool. Where it falls short yet again for me is Doom. Doom and Luck are the two mechanics that TOV added when they were polishing their 5e stuff and all the things they've made to the really mirrored finish that they have. Doom is this resource that the GMs get to use to do stuff. And during the Black Flag playtesting, it had a lot more flexibility and things you could do. I expected Doom to be a page or two, or when I got to the monster section of this book, which is robust and amazing, that I would see new ways to use Doom and build things. But instead, we get a column, and some of these rules are good. They kind of remind me of legendary actions, but what's missing is things specific for like oozes and dragons. And sure, they may put it out later, but in a game where you introduced a new mechanic, I want more of it now in this book. I don't want it later. it is a mechanic that can be grown upon a lot, but it would have been wonderful to see some monster specific options, specifically in the monster building section, which is fucking wonderful. That's my belief. They do add some like dirty tactics and things like that in here that are really good. Overrun, tumble rules, things we've seen for years, using skills to accomplish things that you normally can't do. They also talk about hitting cover and adding injuries in and morale. Morale is really important when you're fighting certain kind of monsters. These are all extra pieces that you can add in. You don't have to. But when we get into the next part, which is pretty cool, we start getting into more how to handle encounters and how to build encounters, and they do it based on areas and like travel, and they really dive into advanced exploration in chapter 5. And these advanced exploration rules contain so much. And I know the portals has to do with their new setting, which I'm excited, and the planar roads. I mean, you got a whole page on that. More than that as you go through with different storms for areas you're in. They brought corruption over from obviously the Book of Ebon Tides. That is involved as well. The Shadow Thrall, the air travel, all of this is amazing. The world travel stuff is awesome. And the water one, I think, really excels with seaborne stuff, how to handle it. But then we hit the true masterpiece of this section, which is teaching GMs dungeons. And man, do they actually teach it. They talk about running dungeons, the dungeon keys, the 4 questions you ask yourself when you're developing, no matter the size of a dungeon. They give you a key to use. They talk about what their sample would be if they're building it. And then they give you table upon factions and things to roll to build your own dungeon. I think I noted it here somewhere. The dungeon thing is like 11 pages, 19 pages for crafting dungeons. 19 pages. This is amazing and is a great reflection of their other series of products that they have, Cities and Towns, and their new Ruins book coming out as well. But look at this. This is crazy. This is such a great resource for not just 5e, but anyone building dungeons, 5 room or more, on what to do. It even has the motivations of monsters in here. I don't know, this excited me a lot. I think this is missing for new GMs, and I think this book really hammers it home and gives you all the tools you need to be a successful GM. Also, I want to know why this statue's this way. What the fuck happened? That person's crawling out from underneath. Something went wrong. I would like to know why and more. I just would. So this is the dungeon section. I think it's really good. I think they nail it. Without going through a lot of it, you're going to see some puzzles. They revisit traps, and they give you some more stuff on traps. The next big page thing, we're going to jump ahead a little bit. There's a lot in between, but a 307-page book, we're not going to go through it all. I think they really hit home on adventuring options, with also one of my favorite pieces of art in here. Adventuring options are what make each adventure feel different, and I do think that a lot of people miss how to do this. But they break down new curses, disease, hazards, and traps. And let me tell you, some of these curses are awesome. The way they handle werewolves or lycanthropy is fucking simple genius. And it is so good that it makes it into an entire story arc on its own, and one that works. Also, one of my favorite pieces in here, reminiscent of Dark Stalkers for me, for those who remember that. But this is a great section in here. And I think that this is where they're really kind of showcasing what you can do with their system with just a few simple rules. And we can go through this, and it keeps going, and there's a lot of stuff here. But I think the next thing I would want to hit is they talk about downtime, which is super cool. Crafting magical items with new crafting tables. And remember, the player's book gave us prices, right? Prices on doing this. But they talk about potion crafting and everything else. They bring in dread rules. I'm a big fan of this kind of stuff. I love running horror. But they talk about accruing dread and what it does. And there's short-term, long-term, and permanent versions. Minus that these are on separate pages. I would like to have seen all the tables on one, but that's just me. And then you got firearms. Someone in the audience talked about how good the firearms are in this, and I will say I love the exploding die for damage. I like that they give you different categories of growth of this technology, how involved you want it to be. And by giving rules, they give the okay to not only have them in your game, but also to make it so that you and your players can speak the same language about the firearms, which I think is super fun. And I think it's needed. And I like firearms in a game. I run a soul punk Victorian horror setting with case ammo and revolvers, similar to the rifle that you see here. Super great piece. I think they kind of nail it home here. And I think that everyone should have this. So as we get through firearms, they also take us into artifacts. They talk about expanded artifacts in this next section. Lore. They give us a sample of a bunch of artifacts. You can watch the full video if you'd like to really see all of the artifacts, rewards. There is a piece in expanded vehicles I want to touch on. Artifacts and rewards are great. Just not enough time in this video to really dive in. The link, I think, is down below for the live show that we did. But let's see here. Expanded vehicles on 185. I'll take us back over to look at this. What I like is vehicles are commonly used, but the rules aren't there. We all saw Spelljammer come out, and they gave us dungeons, but no Spelljammer how to do space combat. They give us vehicles. Their core book gives us vehicle combat, and this expands upon it and gives us even more for vehicles. And they really dive into a bunch of different styles of vehicles, how they work, what they are. But this one here takes the cake. The Kobold Crawler. Could you imagine a bunch of kobolds going through the city with these things? They can drop fire barbs. They can drop off of walls and do damage. The thing has bite, and it can carry a ton of little kobolds in here as it travels across. Such an amazing piece. I'm super excited that this got added, and I think this is like top 3 new pieces that really made me happy. Other people will have some, and if you do have this, what are you excited about in this book? I'm going to do the classic thing and say put it down below, but remember, I actually answer questions, so put something down below. Let me know what you like in the book if you've got it, or if you saw something in the live stream. This is great. I think they needed to do it. I think that all the vehicles in here are a great addition. Hello, World of Warcraft, anybody? And I think that they needed to do more of these kind of things with other companies needed to do this, and I think they did it. And they added more variant rules, and these are rules that everybody wants. The chase rules are sexy. They remind me of Paizo mixed with the new Blade Runner stuff. They talk about running a chase and tracking progress. I will say, I would like the cheat sheet in the back of this book that I could print for any of these kind of new mechanics you have, even if they were all on one page and I could print them, or even better, if you were to go put them on your blog, Kobold Press, and give us some cool tracking sheets, because everybody likes to be able to print stuff and track them, form fillable. That's an extra win, right? But they go through and break it down, and they give you player advice on handling chase scenes and how to do them. This was another one of those moments where I was really happy to see it. And they even struck the chord and went out and found things that other people have been making and building, like monster harvesting, and they boiled it down into this elegant, simple page-and-a-half solution for using monster parts for crafting. And maybe it's 3 pages, because they do talk about potions and spell components and things like that. Skill challenges are back, baby. It's one of the best things from 4th edition. They talk about the setup, defining them, complexity, and how to use them. If you haven't used a skill challenge in your game, I highly recommend using skill challenges as part of long travel, or going through a house, or traveling through a city that's under attack to get from point A to point B, instead of doing round to round. It lets your players have narrative moments and really pass-fail scenarios of success, or complexity of diving through an alley without moving square by square. It works really well, and it is one of the best things from 4th edition, and it is a holdover that I think that a lot of companies use, but no one's ever going to say that that's where it comes from. They're just not. The next section in chapter 8, and I'm skipping some chapters so you can kind of look through them on your own or watch the video. They talk about Homebrewer's Toolbox. This is important. We watched D&D try to take homebrew away from D&D Beyond. And they also, and there's a lot of really good videos on this. If I find them, I'll link them below. But they talk about this with Games Workshop and for D&D, where they don't want you doing things on your own. For example, Games Workshop just makes terrain now, but they used to have sections teaching you how to make terrain. But now they just want you to buy theirs, so they're not going to teach you anymore. And D&D had things like this back in the day, which taught you how to make monsters and do homebrew rules and make something that's yours, but they took them away because they'd rather have you buy theirs. And everyone doesn't make homebrew rules. Only people who want them make them. But helping people and giving them the okay, yes, you can make homebrew, and putting it in your book is such a great practice that, I don't know, this made me really excited to see. It's a short section, it's not long, but they talk of principles about why you would design new ones, how to create new lineage. I also agree with one of the people who were in chat. I want this lineage, heritage, whatever this is dope. That's some Swamp Thing stuff right here, and it makes me happy. But they talk about creating them, creating backgrounds, creating subclasses, and then even break down creating subclasses by each class. This is super important. Trying to balance a class is one of the hardest things you can do, and them giving you the guidelines of do's and don'ts was really smart. And they do it again here when you're creating magical items, and they give you a step-by-step process for creating them. Not hard. They've got obviously experience in doing it because they make magical items, but then they're handing it off to the people who have this book. And they're even doing it for people creating artifacts. They're giving you the ways to do it. Creating spells with their new spell system that's been kind of refined. They give you the, yes, go make your own, but also here's the step-by-step on how to do it so you don't feel like you're fumbling or fucking up everything. It was really smart. And they do that for numerous other things in this section, teaching you how to create stuff. But then we hit the big boy. We hit the mother lode. 19 pages for creating dungeons was amazing. I think that was a feat that was needed for new GMs, but I don't think it's nearly as big of a feat as the king of the kobolds, as Kobold Press has been known for having monster book after monster book that has just been fucking awesome. And they even went back and redid the original one to update it to new rules, because it was one of the first ones they made, and everyone's learned so much over the time frame of 5e being out or publishing things for Pathfinder. But starting on 213, there is one monster I'm going to hit on, but they give us 34 pages on how to make monsters. And one really, really, really good piece that I believe, personally, is something that should be on the GM screen. We'll get into that as we scroll through this quickly. They have creating monsters, modifying stat blocks, and then from here down, they just give you tables on traits, names, how to do it, and then they give you templates and how to alter your CR, all within that new economy of their budgeting that they do. And they talk about using templates. And if you remember templates from, I think it was Monster Manual 2, the green book, they had like half golems in it and stuff. It's where my Claglins came from. They break down making different monsters based on these awesome templates that you just kind of plug and play and turn things into other things, which is, all monsters are just filing serial numbers. I mean, in the word of Nave from Ben, if you don't know what it is, use an owlbear. That's kind of what they're doing here. And they're teaching you how to make, like an example, elf were-elk. How to make all these things that make your time better and to make your monsters better. And they even bring back that little hint of the different styles of leader, controller, striker. Things that we saw that made sense in 4th edition that they kept and brought back over, because the monster manual for 4th edition, I'm going to say it, was fucking good. I do agree with MCDM about that. It was a great monster manual. So as we scroll through, I'm just going to hotbox, like just quickly hot scroll through all this. I almost said hotbox, I'm not smoking. Storytelling through that being a hobgoblin through colors, sword breakers, there's so much. But this one here is the one I want to stop on. And then you can go look at this stuff on your own. The Threadbound Death Dog is a CR1 creature that has so much flavor, not only in the art, but in the things that it does, that there is no way you shouldn't be using this in your game. It's got an entire thing of traits and talents to give you a breakdown and a one-page synopsis of something that I personally believe is an amazing way to handle making new monsters. They crushed it. There are many more pages of this that you can scroll through when you pick it up. I'll put a link down below for buying it. We're going to go into the last part of this, and this is where I like a lot, but also think the extra mile could have been done. I think they saw what they needed to do, but in the end, they missed the mark a little bit for me. The creature design sheet, by the way, I will tell you, it's an entire sheet that has the CR, the proficiency bonus, the AC, the HP, the attack bonus, the damage, and the saves for level a CR of 0 to 30. It should be a sheet that you put in every GM screen or have on you at every time. That is something I don't want to show on screen because I believe that was a lot of work, and I personally think people should get the PDF to get it. I showed it off. If you want to trudge through the live stream, that's up to you. But right here, right now, I'd rather have you pick it up on your own if you like what you've heard so far. Again, I'm not supported by them, but I want to support the work of amazing people making amazing stuff for an amazing community of players. The next thing we have is encounter tables, an entire appendix of encounter tables. And they kind of do this in a different fashion. They handle the areas with D12 rolls and the tier you are. They've broken down, I think it's 5 tiers by level of a player. Like level 1 is, I think, 1 to 3 or 1 to 4. And they break all these down. And they literally go through each and every I'm just going to hold down. They go through every section of this book. And they just put page after page after page after page after page after page of encounter by tier type that you can use in your games to get whatever you want out of it. And there's some great ones in here. They added farmland, which made me super excited to see. And then we get into the next appendix after this. I think we got to get all the way through urban. And then they got this one, random campaign dressing. What a great title. But this is all the charts for like rolling instant towns and stuff, which is great, and treasures and trinkets. It's fun. And then they spent the time, and I think this, I didn't highlight it. I should have. I'm going to now. This is one of the most important pieces. We all look for inspiration as we are making stuff. And the crew and team and all the kobolds and people they work with, I'm sure all added to this. This is a list of suggested favorites from within the Kobold Warrens. And a reader, it was not easy to limit ourselves to the arbitrary number. So, they're no means complete. And they went through and listed all the books that they enjoy. I shouldn't say all, a lot of the books that they enjoy. A lot of the films and TV shows. Then they even went into video games that inspired what they build and how they play, and nonfiction. And then we hit the section that hurts my soul the most. Look, this book is a toolbox masterpiece for every GM. And there's a lot in here. There's 307 pages you have to navigate digitally in a PDF. Physically, you can bookmark. Digitally, it's harder. You can open up that sliding tray bookmark, but we all know on a phone, on a tablet, on my computer, those are not good. Being able to be there and to minimize the amount of clicks that are necessary to take me from one point to another is the key. And for all my fans here who know, hyperlink drink is a thing. I can't do it in this book because there's not enough of it. This index is beautiful. It has everything that we need in it, but not a single thing in this version that I currently have as of October 2nd, 2024 is hyperlinked. None of this is hyperlinked. I can't click any of it. This is such a disservice to the digital user at the price point of $34.99. Now, I'm not saying it's a break. I'm not saying don't buy this book because there's no hyperlinks. I do believe that maybe splurging for the hardback copy might be better for a lot of people than it would be buying the digital version right now. If they go back and hyperlink, even if it's just this section, in anywhere that has a chapter, like check chapter 7, and they hyperlink those things, I think that really does help meet the value they're asking for. This is art light. It is information and teaching heavy with what I would consider 101 to 102 to some masterclass stuff in the monster section. But not having this hyperlinked is very hard to swallow for me. They do give you some cool things at the end to look at. I agree with all of these. These books here are fantastic. Get your hands on them if you don't have them. Cities and Towns, Castles and Crowns, Dungeons and Ruins, which I don't think is out yet, but they do help build campaigns to last. That is a great tagline for it. And of course, Tales of the Valiant. If you don't have the core set, pick it up. If you liked 5e and you don't want to dive into 2024, I'm going to be honest, there's nothing in 5e I can't convert to Tales of the Valiant. And if I'm going to play 5e and run 5e, and I'm not running a Grimdark Shadowdark game, this is honestly the 5e I'm gonna run. It just sings, and it sings well. And it can sing louder with a few more hyperlinks. That's it for this today. I hope you guys enjoy it. Check out the guide. Links are down below. And then if you are here live for the chat, stick around. If you're not, on this side and this side, there's gonna be things to click. We're trying to hit our 500. Videos like this, I hope, help you understand if you need to buy something. If you have questions about the product or you have a favorite part, put it down below. But until then, everybody, like I always say, watch, listen, learn, be a better gamer. And most of all, hyperlink your shit. All right, so that's it for the recorded section. It's pretty good. Once I cut a couple pieces out, I'm around the 28-minute mark for it. I do want to show something else off that has nothing to do with Cobalt Press today. So I've been looking for a high fantasy style thing, and I've really wanted to run something high fantasy for a while. And I found this Fabula Ultima TTJ RPG. It won a shit ton of awards. I downloaded the preview copy, and then I went and bought the real copy afterwards. This game is wild, everybody. I'm not going to review the whole thing. It's 362 pages. I have never seen a game hit the feeling of a JRPG more in my life. It is so fucking good. And it is clean. It's easy to read. The art is gorgeous. It reminds me of Final Fantasy Tactics mixed with the old Prima guide stuff. It's really, really, really good. I'm going to do a full review of this once I've had some more time with it. But there's one thing that I want to talk about, which is how they're doing their character creation. The character creation for this is wild. Oh, by the way, hyperlinked. So they break it down. There's only 4 stats in this game. You start at 3rd level. You must multi-class, minimum of 2, maximum of 3. And you build your character out of multiple classes like you would in Final Fantasy. No joke. Like, they did it. It's insane to me. And they talk about your hit points, your defense, everything's in here, and your checks. The way checks work is it's stat plus stat, and you're using dice steps. There's a scale of dice that you use, and you assign them to the 4 stats. After you assign them, you can make checks by rolling them against a target number, and you add them together. And sometimes it's like might plus might, like if you're lifting something heavy. But it might be like if you're throwing a weapon, it might be might plus dexterity. Some really clean options on how to do this. You break it down, you make a character. Their difficulty classes are 7 to 16 because you're rolling D10, D8s, and D6s for your stats. They talk about checks and play, but then when you get to, I think the most impressive part, which is the classes. They also use clocks, everybody, which you know I love clocks. They talk about conflict scenes and how scenes work, and GMs get a scene to like narratively tell villains out, which is really cool. You have hit points and mind points in this game. They talk about resting, damage, status effects, Fabula points, which are something you use in the game to do things. Villains have their own section on how to run them because it's a JRPG, which is fucking cool, right? Like, that's awesome. You even create your system together. Like, what? You create the setting together, and they have like 3 different setting areas in the introduction. Like, you build them together. I don't know, man. There's something about this that just kind of hit home for me in a really fun way. Where's our classes at in here? I want to show you the classes. That's the thing I really wanted to show you before I close out today's show. Let me go to page 3. 2? Maybe it's page 2? No, it's 4. I wanted to show you classes. Where's our classes at? Character creation, classes. Look at this art. So the Arcanist is a chosen, avatar chosen summoner. So think of like all the summoning you do in Final Fantasy. When you pick your class, you get the things for level 1 out of them, or whatever it is, the 1 level. You get Arcane Circle, Regeneration, you can bind and summon. And when you do bind and summon, you spend a shit ton of mind points and you summon a creature And they have summoning effects a lot of times and dismissing effects. And they have domains that you summon within the Arcanum. So like if you are Arcanum of the Forge, fire, heat, metal, you have resistance to fire. Any fire damage you deal ignores resistances. Doesn't matter. You burn through resistances. When you dismiss the Arcanum, choose Forge or Inferno. Forge, you create a basic armor, shield, or weapon of your choice on page 130 to 133. If you select this option again, the previously created item vanishes if you create another weapon. So like you can summon it and it forges a sword that you need for combat. It deals fire damage instead of physical damage. Super cool. Or Inferno. Choose any number of creatures you can see. Each of them suffers 30 fire damage. This damage ignores all resistance. And every summon is this way. They even use this like cute pixel art. Like they merge these two things together so well. And the Arcanum has the most in it, but Chimeras, like there's a lot in here. Like really more than I expected. The Darkblade, and you can merge these classes together. And they even give you like a list of merged classes if you can't think of one on your own to put them together to make your own classes. I don't know. I'm enamored with the concept of this. In execution, we'll see. I'm going to run a pickup game or two of this just to see if I really like it before I dev anything around it. But I just wanted to show off these like invention types, what you get here, the Wayfarer. Like, this is fucking cool. I love the Weapon Master art. It's just great. And they talk about breaking down story and telling stories for heroes. I don't know. I think this is amazing. If you go to the back of the book, do they have it? Oh, there's no back of the book on this one. They have, yeah, here it is. They're monsters. They're all like 8-bit art, 16-bit art for the monsters. Really cool. They even teach you how to make monsters, and it's got an open license. So you're allowed to dev under this, like develop and make things. Hey, it's just magical. Do you know what this does though? Look, hyperlink. It's more pages. It's more pages and has hyperlink, and that's what I'm going to say. There's more pages on this that are hyperlinked than anything else. So, anything anybody wants to talk about before I head out today? I'm going to watch a horror movie, heat up some food, chill for the rest of my day, edit that video and put it out for Friday. Does anyone have anything that they wanted to see that I missed during all of this? I know I'm going to be doing a lot of movie watching. I might be doing some in the Discord here over the next couple of days. I don't work much this week at my other job, so I'm going to be home doing a lot of editing and designing. If you're not part of our Discord, you can find it here. And join up. We have a ton of people in there. We talk about things all the time. I'm going to be picking up Living ETHUANTIA as soon as our ETHUANTIA campaign is completed. We're going to be finishing up our story, is it next week? Or the week after? Week after. I think I might be off next week as well. Let me see how many weeks we have this month, and I'll let you know. Yeah, we will be back on the 14th and 15th this month for our show. Or, sorry. Yeah, 14th and 15th. And then I will be at Gamehole Con the 16th through the 21st. Come say hi. There's going to be a lot of people out there that we know. We'll be running a bunch of games while I'm there. Maybe I'll bring that and run that. I kind of want to run a high fantasy style. I think Bastard would be a really good style to run in for anyone who's familiar with Bastard. The anime is super cool. But I'd like to run some stuff while I'm there. Say hi to everybody. So we'll be back on the 14th and 15th with the last episode of ETHUANTIA and continuing Breachers. Blake will be back to take over Valraven. He'll be back as they're on the bridge. But yeah, that's pretty much it for us, everybody. I will be back again on Friday this week. I'm going to be doing another recording. I'm going to be looking over something else that Cobalt Press sent me. And I think I'm going to be doing some more monster design on that day. I had to push our corpse talk. Every time I think I have someone lined up, dates have to change because of people being sick. But don't worry, it's not gone. It's coming back. I want to reward all the things that we've earned so far. I have not forgotten about it. It's one of my favorite things to do. So it will be back. But that's it for me, everybody. Have a great day. Enjoy something to drink. And I will be back here on Friday with you all. I have a video coming out tomorrow and on Friday. So enjoy your night off. Hopefully you're doing something fun till you got to go to work in the morning. I'm going to go watch some horror movies. So I'll talk to you all later. And like I said earlier, watch, listen, learn. Be a better gamer.